sure we're live. We are live. Right. Good morning, members, officers, and members of the public who are viewing the live stream as well. Welcome to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Peter Fane and I'm chair of the committee. A few housekeeping announcements. Those present in the council chamber, just to note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some time. The camera follows the microphone being switched on. So if councillors and officers would wait a couple of seconds before speaking, after turning the microphone on, that is, allow the camera to catch up. Obviously, if the fire alarm sounds, then please leave the chamber and make your way down the stairs. Don't use the lift. And the safe assembly point is next to the marketing suite, halfway along the business park. For those participating in the meeting via the live stream, if you would indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column, please do not use the chat column for any other purpose during the meeting. If you would ensure that your device is fully charged, switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to do otherwise, either by me or by the Vice Chair. And of course, please make sure you have switched off or silenced any other devices. There we go. Please use a headset if available when speaking. This is for those at home. Hold the microphone close to your mouth so we can hear you clearly. And please, when you're invited to address the meeting, make sure that your microphone is switched on. I will not be saying you're on mute more than I have to. And when you've finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone off. Please note that if we do vote on any item, we'll do so via the electronic voting system using the microphones. And of course, only those present in the chamber can vote. I don't think we have any members present online now. So, committee members present in the meeting, I've introduced myself. I'll now invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Members, after I call your name, please just turn on your camera and microphone and say your name so your presence may be noted. As I said earlier, my name's Peter Fane and I'm one of the members for the Shelford Ward. And my Vice Chair is Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Jeff Harvey, I'm the member for Balcham Ward. Thank you.
And we have also here Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Morning, Chair. Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for the Linton Ward.
Councillor Ariel Khan.
Ariel Khan, member of Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Dr. Martin Khan.
Martin Khan, one of the members for Histon and Impington.
Councillor Bill Hanley.
Good morning. Bill Handley, one of the members for the villages of Over and Willingham.
Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lisa Redrup. I'm representing Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Welcome to the committee. Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. Peter Sanford, one of the ward councillors for Caxton and Papworth.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Morning, Chair. Heather Williams. I represent the Maldons Ward.
And I think Councillor Dr. Richard Williams will be joining us later. So I can therefore, I think, confirm that the meeting is quorate. We have 3 officers with us in the chamber for the duration of the meeting, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves now. Phil McIntosh, who's the interim delivery manager.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Phil McIntosh, interim delivery manager for West Team, the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service.
Vanessa Blaine.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Blaine, Senior Planning Lawyer and Advisor to the Committee.
And Michael Hammond.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, members. Michael Hammond, Principal Planning Officer, Greater Cambridge Planning.
Now, we will be joined by case officers throughout the course of the meeting and we'll introduce them as we get to those items. We also have our Democratic Services Officer here beside us. Lawrence, would you like to introduce yourself?
Chair, good morning everyone. Lawrence Murray-Homan, Democratic Services Officer for the Planning Committee.
And of course our Technical Support Officer, Aaron Clark. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make that known to me or to the Vice Chair so that can be recorded. I intend that we should break for about 15 minutes at about 11:45 and if the meeting is still going on at 3:45, and a 45-minute for lunch at about 1:30. Now, members should have received the main agenda pack and online plans. We also have two supplementary update reports, one for item 5, which is in Stapleford, and one for item 7, which is in Mildreth. Those are dated 2nd of February. Members should also have received written submissions regarding item 6 in Barrington and item 7 in Mildreth. And if any members haven't seen those, perhaps they would say so now, and Democratic Services will provide you with a copy. I would also note that we do not have an enforcement report on our agenda today. The data for January was not available at the time of the publication of this agenda. Now, before we move on to the next item, I'd just like to say that I will be withdrawing from the committee for item 5, which is the application for the retirement care village in Stapleford, and Councillor Harvey will assume the role of chair for that item. We will need to appoint a temporary vice chair for that item, and I would like to propose that Councillor Henry Batchelor be appointed vice chair for that item. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Is that acceptable to all members? Thank you. Right. So, item 2 on our agenda today, this is apologies for absence. Lawrence, any apologies for absence today, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've received 2 apologies for absence, one from Councillor William Jackson-Wood and one from Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins. Councillor Richard Williams has sent apologies for lateness, and Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup has kindly joined us as a substitute today. Thank you.
We then move to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? And of course, if an interest subsequently becomes apparent, please would you raise it at that point? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Just a declaration for transparency that I was contacted by applicants in relation to agenda item 5, but I explained that while I would be here today, that I wouldn't discuss the application, and no discussions have taken place.
Right. Any other declarations? Dr. Martin Cullen.
I was in exactly the same position as Councillor Williams, and didn't refuse to comment. Discuss it before the meeting. Thank you.
May I suggest that we are likely to all have a similar declaration on that, and we take that as read, that we will have all given the appropriate response. Any other declarations? I have a slightly different declaration of interest myself in relation to item 5. I am the local member, will indeed be speaking as the local member, and I have had extensive contacts with the applicants, including engagement with the local school, parents of the local school, and therefore have decided on advice it's appropriate that I should step down as chair and withdraw from the committee, so I'll take no part in that item. As mentioned earlier, Councillor Harvey will take the chair and Councillor Batchelor the vice chair. Does that deal with declarations of interest? I think so. Yes, thank you. That would be helpful. Just a little item for information from on item 7. Oh, yes, there's a point, a declaration of interest that we may all have. Thank you for the reminder. Item 7 is an application from someone who will be known to many of us because she was until 2020 a councillor. I don't think any of us would necessarily have to declare an interest, but if anyone wishes to declare an interest in relation to item 7, now might be the appropriate moment. No. Thank you for that. So we move to item 4, the minutes of the previous meeting. And those are on page 5 of your pack. Do any members wish to make any amendments, or can we take them as a correct record? I see no hands on that. Vice Chair, no. So can we take it by affirmation that we approve those minutes? And I will sign them in due course. Thank you. Now at this point, I think I step aside and hand over the chair to my vice chair, to Councillor Jeff Harvey, and I shall withdraw from the room. Let's make sure I leave you the right piece of paper there.
Yes, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Sorry, I did try to say in relation to item 7, it's not just former councillor, but I do know her sister, and I've not discussed this. I wasn't aware until I seen the committee this was happening, so I will continue to take part, but just for transparency.
Thank you. Well, would Councillor Henry Batchelor like to step up as Vice Chair, and then we can move on to item 5. So, item 5, land between Haverhill Road and Hinton Way, Stapleford, and the presenting officer is Michael Hammond, I believe. So, Michael, if you would like to show us your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try and run you through some slides I've presented. Just checking that's visible. Yep. Okay, so the application is a Reserve Matters application, land between Haverhill Road and Hinton Way on the edge of Stapleford. It's for a retirement care village. There was an outline application that members would have considered towards the end of 2021, and this is the Reserve Matters effectively relating to that. So here is just an aerial photo of the site. It's currently in arable use, just as crops. As you can see, the sort of edge of the framework is effectively these dwellings, if my cursor is showing down here. The site is also in the green belt, which is one of the considerations at outline stage as well. So it should be appearing on the screen. This is a photo, sort of a street view looking from the northeast corner. Hopefully that map in the bottom right corner signifies where it is. Just showing the site. Like I said, it's just an arable farmland at the moment. And then this is looking from the southeast corner at the very edge of the development framework. This is looking a bit further to the southwest, so that is the sort of emergency access that's currently there from Gogmagog Way. And then this is just a similar street view from the west side of Hinton Way, looking towards what would be the countryside park. So, just to familiarise members, this is the approved outline land use and heights parameter plan. So the retirement village, as you can see, is in that sort of southern rectangle, and then the countryside park is, if I use my cursor, this sort of northern rectangle here. As you can see, there's different colour shading on the retirement village, so it was permitted at appeal with a ridge height of up to 9 metres in this zone, a ridge height of up to 8 metres in this orange zone, and then a single storey ridge height of up to 7 metres in this yellow zone here. It'll be surrounded by sort of structural planting as part of the permission, and then this greyed out sort of hatching going through, or line, sorry, going through here is the effectively the Cambridge South East Transport sort of provision for a route through there at the time of the outline appeal. This was the landscape parameter plan, again, which just explains what I just described, but these dark green sections are what's called the structural planting to try and sort of, help buffer the sort of the development from views given its greenbelt location. And then this was the access parameter plan. I mean, access was approved as one of the matters at the outline stage, but there were these pedestrian access points which do still form part of this reserve matters that was reserved. But yeah, the main access comes in off to the retirement village of Haverhill Road here. So this is the proposed site layout. I have got some better slides where it's less sort of grey and blurry, but it follows the outline as it has to. So it's the retirement village in this sort of southern rectangle, and then the countryside park to the north. This table here just sets out the sort of quantum of development. So it's 147 apartments and bungalows. 18 of them are bungalows, the rest are apartments. It's 17,780 square metres. There was a condition on the outline appeal which limited the amount of floor space to, and it complies with that. And there's 139 car parking spaces. And then in the centre of the site, referred to as Block A, or the Pavilion building, is where like these sort of community uses would be. So things like the restaurant, the cafe, bar, shop, gym, wellness and swimming pool. So if it catches up, this is the layout of the retirement village. So there are these large apartment blocks sort of on the southern periphery here, again where the outline allowed up to that 9-metre height. And then it sort of transitions down. You've got the Pavilion building in the middle, and then you've got these slightly smaller apartment blocks sort of forming the edges here. And then this courtyard, blocks I and J here. And then it transitions down to a sort of cul-de-sac style character at the end here with bungalows. And then links through to the countryside park to the north. I'll go through these in more detail in later slides. This is the landscape master plan. So again, just to show the extent of the sort of buffer planting along the edges. And then obviously planting within the site. There'll be an attenuation basin in the southwest corner. There'll be one here where it says D, and then this would also act as a basin as well. But yes, parking predominantly sort of on the streets here, and then the bungalows obviously have their own individual parking spaces, and then there would be these sort of courtyards, which you can see in between the apartment blocks. And then hopefully when this catches up. Okay. This is the countryside park layout, so it's predominantly sort of grass seed planting, similar to the Magog Down to the northeast. It would have a few features such as benches and a sort of chalk scrape habitat feature, for example, Travers Corpse in here, and then mown paths around the site with a swale. And this refers to, you will have seen there's a request for a deed of variation to the original section 106 on the outline permission. This green sort of wedge in here is what would be referred to as phase 2, whereby that would come in after sort of 2026. The reason for that is to avoid abortive works to doing the countryside park, and then if the CSET scheme were to come forward, having to undo that effectively. But I just want to visualise that for you. This is, yes, not so important yet, proposed pavilion block. So this is the block A. So this is where all the community sort of facilities would be. So it's pavilion style building, flat roof, predominantly render. And it's probably very, very difficult to make out on the slide, just realised, but within it there will be a restaurant, for example, that will take up this L shape in here, if you can see what my cursor is doing. I might just put it on red to make it easier. So this would be the restaurant, which would be available to members of the community outside the site, as well as those within it. There would also be things like, for example, there's a yoga studio within it here, and a sort of swimming pool, which wouldn't be open all the time to the public, but there may be opportunities in the future for that to be available. And then above that, there will be apartment blocks, apartment flats, sorry. And these would predominantly be for the sort of less mobile members of the retirement village, given it's in close proximity to those uses below. On the roof, it would be PV panels across the majority of it. And so this is block B, which you can probably just make out is sort of adjacent to the entrance into the site, the vehicular entrance. Again, mixture of red brick, rendered tile, sort of slate roof. And then again, difficult to make out on the slides, but these are the floor plans. So there will be entrances within with lifts. And then again, at the roof level, just be slate roof with some PV panels on there as well. They have external sort of terraces as well for each of the apartments. This is block C, so it's one of the larger blocks. And again, these are the floor plans for those, but all apartments. Block D. And similarly, block D floor plans. Block E, the red around these windows just signify there'll be obscured glass to avoid sort of inter-overlooking between the blocks. And again, they're the floor plans. This is block F. And again, floor plans. Block G. And again, floor plans. And then block H, which is very similar. Block I. And J. K. There's too many more to go through. L. And then we move on to the bungalows at the northern end of the retirement village. So there'll be two sort of different types. There would be, again, one rendered and one in sort of red brick, but similar designs with a flat roof, effectively connecting two gable ends. And those are the floor plans for the bungalow. And then just to show the sort of bin and bike storage for those, they'll be stored sort of externally, adjacent to each bungalow. And then throughout the rest of the site, there'll be these timber bin stores near the parking spaces. These are the sort of fencing and gate details, so particularly where it connects to the countryside park, showing a 1.5 metre gate here, for example, another one here, and then, as proposed, there'll be a slightly wider gate where it is here. So these are just some indicative drawings just to give you an idea about the different sort of buildings and characters on the site. So again, sort of being described as the close, the bungalows bit, and then there would be the neighbourhood streets. There would be these courtyards created, and then the central green would be immediately south of the pavilion. And then this just to try and hopefully provide a sense of scale across the site. And again, just showing those different building heights, so 9 metres down to 8, and then down to 7. And then just to provide some sort of sketches of how those bungalows would look. How the typical neighbourhood street apartment would. And the central green apartments, which you can see are these ones identified in blue. This is the pavilion building. And then these are the farmstead type buildings, where the courtyards would be. And then this is just one of those parking courts. There would be a naturalistic walk coming from that entrance off Gogmagog Way to the southwest, round here. And then there should be some CGIs coming up. If it catches up, there we go. So this is looking within one of those courtyards towards the farmstead type buildings. And the bungalows. The pavilion building. And then looking sort of southeast from the pavilion building across the central green. And then just to update members, you may have seen a representation was received on the 3rd of February from the Greater Cambridge Partnership, effectively removing their objection. It's provided in full in front of you, but with the deed of variation proposed, they are happy to remove their objection, so I just want to make members aware of that if they weren't already.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. As it's been summarised, I should declare that I'm a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly.
Thank you. Noted.
Yeah, and just to summarise, so for the reasons set out in the committee report, the reserved matters are considered to accord with the parameter plans of the outline planning permission, having taken into account the provisions of the development plan, NPPF and NPPG guidance, the views of statutory consultees and wider stakeholders, as well as all other material planning considerations. The proposed reserved matters are recommended for approval, subject to a deed of variation to Section 96 agreement and conditions as outlined in the committee report. I'll be happy to go over anything again, Chair, if members would like me to, but that's my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Michael Hammond. I think we should now move to questions of clarification, and those should be only questions of clarification at this stage. We'll have time to debate later on. So members, any questions of clarification following the presentation? Councillor Martin.
I wonder what provision, looking at the countryside park, which it is planned to turn into calcareous grassland, what provision has been made for management in the long term? It's not a straightforward issue to change arable land to calcareous grassland.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Would you care to expand on that?
Yeah. So in terms of the management, the original Section 106 agreement, which wouldn't be affected in this way, has the requirement for them to actually submit a management plan before it's carried over to the person who'll be looking after it, which in all likelihood, although not for certain, it will be the Magog Trust again. As I understand it, the sort of process would be that when the sort of grass is fully grown on the Magog Downs, they'd actually take those cuttings, for example, and then put them on the site itself in terms of, starting that chalkland grass process. But in terms of the management, that would largely be down to what's submitted with the Section 106 agreement. So I won't have that information as of yet, but hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, just so I get my head around this deed of variation point. So am I right in thinking the deed of variation is to essentially appease the GCP in following, through with their CSET plans? I just want to make sure I've got that point clear.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Would you expand on that for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's probably best if I get that slide up again just to make it easier. Well, it's not showing yet. So, in response, I wouldn't say it's necessarily to appease the GCP. It's, I think, to avoid these abortive works where the route, if you can follow my cursor, I do have a I've got an image stored somewhere on my computer to try and find, but effectively the latest preferred option by the GCP, and they haven't obviously submitted the Transport for Works Act order yet, would be that it would go something broadly like that. So if you see where it's kind of kinking into the countryside park, and the reason we as officers recommended that, as I think set out in the committee report, is to avoid abortive works, i.e. having to plant the seed for the countryside park and then dig it up again potentially for the CSET scheme, which is why it's been pushed back, this green phase, to 2026. So that was the rationale behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that one of the applications, the objections that are in the papers are to do with the number of car parking spaces and that ensuring that there are sufficient such that there's no overspill parking out into the local roads. Are you happy that there are enough car parking spaces here?
Thank you, Councillor. Could we have an answer on that one?
Sure. As officers, just to give a bit of background, we've been dealing with pre-applications on this, and there was more car parking spaces, for example, on the site, but the issue we were finding was that the scheme was being quite dominated by car parking, and so our feeling was that this balance struck it better in design terms. Notwithstanding that, because this isn't a traditional C3 dwelling in terms of planning use class, there's not actually a direct minimum car parking standard that you can sort of apply. So in terms of what they propose, obviously we've consulted with the county council who haven't raised an objection, for example, in that regard. And there's also quite a strong travel plan that's been approved on the outline, where there's things like a sort of minibus service and stuff like that to, get to the wider area. But car parking would ultimately be managed by Rangeford, the operator. But our feeling is that the level of car parking is sufficient. But obviously, sounding fact, you can take a different view on that. But so I think as officers, we were satisfied with the level of car parking proposed, given the use proposed as well.
Thank you. I just have a follow-on question from that. Talked in the report about specifics of street furniture, etc., bin stores, etc. In relation to car parking, have we considered electric vehicle chargers? Is that what would you say about that?
Thank you, Chair. I'll double check, but I'm pretty confident on the outline appeal. There was actually a requirement, there's a condition on that about electric car charging, but I'm happy to check that. Just bear with me one moment. Yes, condition number 20 on the outline permission said that no part of the retirement care village hereby approved shall be occupied until it has been fitted with electric vehicle charging points in accordance with a scheme which had been previously submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So I think that's the mechanism we would use to secure it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councillor Hanley.
I'd just like to get I'm not sure this is the right time to ask this question, but I'd like to make sure that what we're looking at here is not a gated community where there's going to be exclusivity. And, is the countryside park going to be open to everyone, or is it just for the exclusive use of residents?
Thank you, Councillor Hanley. Have an answer on that one?
Thank you, Chair. In short, yes, it would be open to everyone. It wouldn't be gated or set off in that way. I mean, I'm sure after the applicant's done as public speaker, they might be able to provide some reassurance on that for you, perhaps. But no, it would be open. Yeah, it wouldn't be exclusively for the retirement care village users.
Thank you. Any other questions of clarification from members? No. In that case, we can move on, I think, to the public speakers. The sort of format is that each of the speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to give their presentation, and then there'll be an opportunity for members of the committee to seek clarification. And I think Councillor Fain, the normal chair of the committee, has underlined on a couple of occasions recently that we should restrict that questioning period to clarifications relating to points that have been presented in the 3 minutes. Obviously, it wouldn't be fair to allow any of the parties presenting to sort of expand their presentation in response to questioning from members. So members, please, if you can just confine your questioning to points that of clarification arising from the 3-minute clarification. Thank you very much. I think the first speaker is Howard Nankervell, who will be giving his 3-minute discourse on behalf of developer Rangeford Villages. Thank you. So if I can just set my timer. Okay, 3 minutes starting from now.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, members. My name's Howard Nankervell, and I'm the CEO of Rangeford Villages, the applicants for the scheme before you this morning. As you've heard, planning permission for the provision of a retirement village and countryside park in the site in question was granted at the end of 2021, after which we acquired the site. Rangeford create thriving communities for residents to enjoy their later years, comfortable in the knowledge that they have care and support on hand if and when they need it. Enjoying activities, enhancing their physical and mental well-being, combating loneliness and boredom in a safe and secure setting is what we do. Residents in our existing villages tell me regularly how delighted they are with their decision to move in, meeting new friends, reviving old hobbies or discovering new interests. Our application seeks approval of the detailed matters of design that were reserved from the planning permission. These comprise the scale, layout, appearance and landscaping of the retirement village and the countryside park. We fully appreciate that the outline permission was unpopular with some members of the local community. In this context, and despite the fact that permission exists, we have sought to take a responsible approach to engagement with both the local planning authority and the local community. In this regard, as documented in the committee report, we have undertaken significant pre-application discussions with the planning department, and we've engaged with local community through a series of public exhibitions, youth engagement workshops with Stapleford Primary School, as well as meetings with the parish council. We've also engaged with the Greater Cambridge Partnership concerning the relationship between the planning permission and the potential CSET scheme, and we're pleased that the GCP have now no objection. The detailed design proposed is entirely bespoke and reflects the operational requirements of a retirement village, including the core concept of an open and inclusive community. The housing units will provide an excellent level of amenity for all occupants, far in excess of the council's base level requirements. The detailed countryside park proposals have been produced with significant input from the Magog Trust, who potentially will take ownership of the land and will deliver and maintain the countryside park in perpetuity for the benefit of the local population. As the operator, Rangeford will maintain a full management presence from the moment we open, and in this regard, we will be directly responsible for the services provided, the maintenance and upkeep of all buildings and open spaces, and we will ensure that these are kept to a particularly high standard for residents and visitors alike, something that we take immense pride in. We will proactively seek to become part of the wider community, and as elsewhere, will become a valuable asset to Stapleford. We're committed to continued engagement with ward councillors and the parish council throughout the delivery of the village. I am naturally delighted that the officer's report before you provides a comprehensive assessment of the merits of the scheme and assertively concludes that it is exceptional in all regards. I hope you will feel able to support the officer's recommendation today, and of course I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the bleeping from my phone there, and thank you for keeping your presentation to the 3 minutes. Members, do we have any questions or clarification? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot this morning about cars, but I've heard nothing regarding the storage of wheelchairs, mobility scooters, and the charging of mobility scooters. Given the age demographic that this retirement village is targeted at, can you reassure me that their needs have been taken into account, particularly those of very limited mobility? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. There are a large number of dedicated buggy charging points placed around the village strategically. And from our experience, they are well used based on the demographic of our typical residents. And they will provide a valuable asset for people to manoeuvre around the site and further afield.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other? Oh, we have Councillor Heather Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair, and I'm not sure if the applicant has an agenda pack to refer to, but I'm looking at pages 20 and 21, which cite the parish council's objections. And a lot of this refers to roof styles. And I'm just wondering if there is a required need for the style that's been approached, or is it a preference? Because I appreciate there are, with age-restricted housing, sometimes there are needs that mean you have to have higher ceilings, etc. So that's my first question. And the other is, on these sides that we've shown, about the balconies on the sides as opposed to the front and back. For those apartments, is that a requirement that they need to be on the sides as opposed to the back? Is there some need identified as to why that needs to be the case? It does look a bit odd.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So, yeah, 2 questions there. Specifics of the roof configuration, is that something that you can shed some further light on, and also the balconies.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to answer on behalf of Howard. My name's Matt Hare. I'm the planning consultant that has dealt with the application from its inception. And thank you, Councillor Williams, for your questions. As regards the roof style, a key driver of the roof style is the restrictive height parameters that were set at the outline planning permission stage, and which you heard the case officer talk through at the beginning of his presentation. Now, those height parameters are necessarily low for landscape impact reasons, and what that has meant is that we've not been able to deliver single pitch large-scale roofs because they would far exceed the height limitations that are in place across the various zones across the site. In relation to the balconies, I think your question was, is there any reason why some of the balconies are sited on the sides of the buildings as opposed to just the front or the back? There's no overt requirement for them to be sited on the sides. They've simply been sited in the locations where they've been judged to be able to provide the greatest level of utility or amenity to the occupants within the buildings. And as part of that process, we've had to have key regard to things like climate and overheating and underheating and those sorts of things. So making sure that the spaces will be truly usable wherever possible. Hopefully that's of use.
Yes, thank you very much. And Vice Chair has just pointed out to me on page 57, I think there is a requirement in the conditioning to provide further details on the balcony, so that's useful extra information. Any other? Oh yes, Councillor Handley, thank you.
Thank you. I'm returning to the subject of car park. I mean, we've heard earlier that car parking for residents is deemed to be sufficient, but given the nature of the place, there's going to be a need for visitor parking. You know, people who want to visit Grandma and Grandpa. So can you just give us a reassurance on what will happen if you do get high numbers of visitors? I'm really trying to get to the objection that came from the local parish council about the possibility of overspill parking on the roads near to the site.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Could we have a clarification on that?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. It is an important one. We've landed on 139 spaces. Our existing villages typically require about 65 to 70% of spaces dedicated for the actual residents. So that would roughly be around 95 to 100 resident spaces. The remainder, which would be able to be given over to visitors and staff members. So that's roughly 40. There's no precise number because the usage does vary, but typically over time car usage does decline as well with the residents. We have the minibus service, which people typically use after a period of time and don't use their cars any longer. So actually managing the site is something that we do, and it's on a semi-flexible basis. But if you look at the broad numbers, there'd be approximately 40 spaces for visitors and staff as the village matures, and that would be easily sufficient to avoid any overspill parking on the local area.
Thank you for that clarification. Vice Chair, do we have any further questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Howard Nankivell. I think we will now then move to Councillor Jenny Flynn from Stapleford Parish Council, if you'd like to take the chair. She's online. Oh, sorry, yes, I do apologise that you are remote. Same rules apply. If you could speak for 3 minutes, and then there'll be an opportunity for the committee to put their questions of clarification. Thank you.
Hello. You know the Parish Council objects to many aspects of the Reserve Matters application, but today I can only focus on 3. the pavilion, parking and conditions of approval. We've described the pavilion as akin to a retail supermarket with its full height glazing, box-like design and extensive flat roof. It has no design references to any building in Stapleford. It'll be highly visible from Magog Down. It'll be a contemporary and exposed eyesore in a rural setting. At the very least, removing the first floor to make way for a more traditional pitched roof is essential. We're not alone in finding the pavilion incongruous. The design review panel described it as a huge building that requires reconsideration, as not of sufficiently high quality design, and recommends that an open courtyard or farmstead style would be more appropriate and resolve other problems with sustainability, character and community. We're disappointed that Rangeford hasn't listened to us or to the design review panel. I'm asking you to look very carefully at all of the design review panel's recommendations and act upon them. Because the council's development plan has no directly applicable parking standards, there's a very real danger that on-site parking for Care Village staff, residents and visitors will be wholly inadequate. The number of available spaces is at odds with Rainsford's own travel plan. It doesn't reflect our poor rural travel network or the unsuitability of our surfaces for mobility scooters, or indeed the role of car ownership in supporting older people's independence. The dispersal of cars to Stapleford's narrow 20-mile-an-hour residential streets is not an acceptable solution to a lack of on-site car parking. Looking at the enormous popularity of Magog Down and Wandlebury, we're also bewildered that the new Countryside Park doesn't merit any dedicated parking. You cannot assume that it will mainly attract non-motorised users. Magog Down has around 60,000 visitors annually, many of whom will be very keen to make use of the new space. Where will they park? The Down car park is often full and too far for some people to walk from there to the new Countryside Park and back again, with the upshot that on-street parking will jeopardise safety and ruin the tranquility of Stapleford's roads. If the planning committee is minded to approve the application, we ask that first, the pavilion is completely redesigned as a series of related buildings, all with pitched roofs, that a safeguarding condition is applied to ensure that no overspill parking is permitted in residential streets in Stapleford or on Haverhill Road, that active travel routes are adopted as public rights of way to assure permanent public access, and that HGV and other construction traffic should only access the site via the A1307 to Haverhill Road and not through our small residential streets. So to summarise, if you're going to build something big on Greenbelt land, create a new gateway to an established village, foreshorten significant views to and from Magog Down, and create somewhere people can live and be cared for in their last years, then what you build needs to be really special. And this plan is not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Thank you for being so accurately on time there. Members, any points of clarification for Councillor Flynn? Oh, Councillor Martin Khan, thank you.
I think the representative from the parish council probably has more knowledge than here, but I wanted to know whether she knows exactly what the what the actual soil conditions are in the Countryside Park area, whether it's boulder clay, whether it's clay with flints, or whether it's directly on the chalk, because it would affect the management afterwards. I understand the point about parking for that area also.
I can answer that question very well because I have a doctorate in sedimentology and various types of bedrock, and I live very close to the site myself. The Countryside Park is actually going to be on exposed, it's a chalk bedrock with very, very thin soil on top. It's not actually hugely productive compared to some of the other soils in the area, which are sort of grade 2A farmland. The Countryside Park itself is also underlain by exactly the same chalk, but it has a deeper veneer of clomy-based soil on top of that. Sorry, clay-based soil on top of that.
You've heard the response given in relation to roofs and the restricted heights. Does that affect the view about the flat roofing at all, or does the parish council believe that something else still could be done there?
So the point I was,
Over to you, Councillor Flynn.
The point we're making is that I completely accept that the flat roof has been designed because of the limits that have been placed on the heights of the development. But the reason that the pavilion has a flat roof is that you can therefore optimise the number of residential units that can be built above it. If you were to fragment that pavilion, or if you were to have a pitch roof on top, you would therefore, by necessity, have to remove a significant number of dwelling units from above the more functional areas of the pavilion at ground floor. So this flat roof will be highly visible from Magog Down, and I'm sure that many of you will know, love and appreciate the value of Magog Down, not just to South Cambridgeshire, but to Cambridgeshire as a whole. And the long views that there are from there. So being able to see this substantial expanse of flat roof, it really will be a tremendous eyesore. It will be the closest large building of its kind to Magog Down in any direction, and certainly the only flat roof building in proximity to Magog Down.
Thank you. Any other questions or clarification? Okay. Well, thank you, Vice Chair. In that case, can we move now to Councillor Peter Fane, who's the, obviously, as explained before, the local member. Peter, are you? You're in the room, so. Are we ready to go, Councillor Fane? I think we are, thank you. And I'm sure you know the rules, if anyone would. So 3 minutes, are you ready? Yeah, okay, thanks.
We're working, I think. Thank you. Yes, I'm not taking part in this debate. If I were, I would also declare that I am a member of the Magog Trust and of the CPPF, which owns Wandlebury, as well as a resident of Staplewood. The benefits of this scheme were found by the inspector to outweigh the fact that it was otherwise inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. And I would suggest that it's very important that the committee, in determining the reserved matters, should ensure that this is designed in a way that those benefits can be delivered in practice. I will just briefly draw attention to a couple of documents, both of which are before you. One is the inspector's report at page 61 onwards, and the other is the second meeting of the design panel, because I think it's important that, if possible, the plan, when approved, should meet with the recommendations of the design panel, although that is a matter for the developers, obviously, to decide. The inspector said at paragraph 73, page 75, that the benefits of this proposal would clearly outweigh even the disproportionate harms to the green belt, and concluded that the proposal would comply with national policy and South Cambridgeshire local plan as a result, and referred in that to the recreational provision as well. I'm not going to go over ground that was dealt with very competently by the parish council. Both Will Jackson Wood and myself broadly agree with the parish council, although we don't object to this. We just want to ensure that the benefits are delivered. Two aspects of that. One is the recommendations of, firstly, the design panel. And again, you have that before you. If you look at page 99 of your papers, so the second meeting of the design panel, and I refer to their recommendations in relation to the pavilion building itself, and I would endorse some of the comments by the parish council on that. The design panel recommended that a farmstead open courtyard topology would be more appropriate than the current sports pavilion-based commercial design approach. And I think the developers explained in part why they had not been able to meet that, as I understand it. I would also just draw attention in passing to the fact that the design panel were not very keen on the lack of allotments. But my key concern is that the public access benefits, which are outlined here, are actually delivered. The inspector was persuaded this should be of benefit to the village as well as to the retirement care village. That will, of course, in part be determined by the CSET proposal, should those come forward. But I think it's very important that the link between this country park and both the village and also the car park at Magog Trust should be secured.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. Apologies for interruption from my timer there. I did allow you a few seconds extra because of the explanation of your other interests, Gold Trust, etc. Committee, do we have some? Yes, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just because it was getting through on the timer, you mentioned about the public access and benefits. Not elaborating too much on that, but if you could, is there a particular condition that you're seeking or something tangible that the committee could look at? That would be very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Just briefly answer that. Public access in relation to both the access to the country park from Magog Trust, where at the moment there is the only parking available for it, and access from the village. In relation to the access to the car park, there is a small path beside the busy Haverhill Road, and I would suggest that it should be a condition that there should be a proper NMU path beside Haverhill Road connecting this site to the car park at Magog Trust, for the reasons that the parish council suggested. In relation to the access from the retirement care village and the village itself, that is more problematic because that will be a matter which will be determined by the busway, should that go through. My concern would be that if the busway has no crossing points, and at this time, of course, that's uncertain, then access from the village will be very difficult, and access from the retirement care village itself will be limited.
Yes, Heather Williams, would you like to come back on that?
Thank you. Though this may be more directed at officers who I can see are sort of communicating at the moment as to whether the condition that Councillor Fane has asked for is something that we could incorporate, or whether there's any safeguards we can put in place for in the event that CSET were to happen. So probably more an officer follow-up based on what's just been said.
Yes, thank you. Officers, can we comment on that as a feasible additional condition?
Sorry, Jack, can I ask a clarification? This is a condition relating to a footpath along Haverhill Road. Did I interpret that correctly? Is that
Councillor Williams, is that what we're...
The footpath that Councillor Fane was referring to, I hate, just in case I heard Haverhill Road, but I'd happy to use my supplementary question to clarify with Councillor Fane the path, but also what we could put in place. Is there anything we can put in place in event for access if CSET was to go ahead? Which is probably the more complex, but maybe Councillor Fane could respond to officers.
Thank you.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of the potential footpath along Haverhill Road, I mean, that isn't something that the County Council as Highway Authority have requested. There was talk earlier, right, it might be helpful if I share my slide share perhaps to show this.
Of course.
rather than trying to explain it. Let's find the best slide to probably try and show it. So when the application first came in, just a bit of background, there was going to be a gate sort of in this approximate location, sort of the southeast corner of the Countryside Park. At that point, Highways did want them to sort of extend the footway along, but upon its relocation here, Highways no longer requested that. And it's also, I'm conscious that land that you'd be putting the footpath across would be outside the red line boundary as well. So without the Highways sort of saying it's necessary, I wouldn't feel confident saying as an officer that it's necessary from a highway safety point of view. And just to answer the other query, I mean, as shown, there's 2 connections through to the Countryside Park on the plans. My understanding is that if and when CSET was to come in as an application and these paths were here, they'd need to demonstrate that they could accommodate some kind of path in its alternative or keep the path open, whether it's a crossing or something to that effect. So I think that's something that would be considered under that Transport for Works application, rather than something, because obviously at this point it's not certain that it's definitely here. So yeah, hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And would you
Chair, could we ask Councillor Fain to clarify the footpath, because for officers to directly respond to that request? I appreciate the answer they've given me in relation
yes,
to
okay, yeah, I think that would be helpful. So, Councillor Fain, could you just clarify?
Thank you, Chair. I think the case officer has understood this quite well. The footpath I was referring to is the existing footpath between the proposed site and the Magog Trust car park. It is, as was stated, on the other side of the road and in separate ownership outside of the red line boundary. So I accept that limitation. I think, however, it is important that should be met at some other stage.
Thank you. I'm not sure what you're suggesting there, that because there is a footpath on the other side of the road, so that's kind of obviously detached from this application. But are you suggesting that there should be a condition that affects the footpath on the other side of the road? I haven't quite understood there.
Chairman, as you just stated, the footpath is on the other side of the road. My point was that the current footpath is very narrow, very close to the road.
Okay.
And I am suggesting that that needs to be improved. But it may not be possible to do so as part of this application for the reasons the case officer stated.
Thank you. Well, I think unless there are any other questions, do we?
Martin's gesticulating.
Oh, okay. Councillor Khan.
It was mentioned that there was felt to be a need for some park, that visitors to the Countryside Park would be likely to, quite a few maybe wanted to come on by car, and there's no parking provision provided. What's your opinion, what's your feeling about the need for parking provision for other users? Do you feel that people will be likely to use the footpath along the road from the main cogs? I feel a bit uncertain that would be the case, that people more likely would be to park on Haverhill Road near the village. Do you think that's a likelihood? What do you feel is needed?
Councillor Fain.
Chairman, I think my views on people's parking plans are probably fairly relevant. I think that point has been very competently dealt with by the Parish Council and the developers, and of course the comments from the case officer. So I don't propose to add to that.
Thank you. Well, in that case, members, I think we could move to a section in which we debate the application, or the reserved matters application. do we have anyone wishing to start off? Any questions or items of debate? Councillor Heather Williams, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If officers could clarify about this gate, this access gate that's been moved from one end to the other end, whether there is anything to stop us asking for a gate where it was originally proposed to sort of benefit local residents and their access, rather than having it right at the other end of the site? Or was there a reason sort of Highways requested it or something like that?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Could we have some clarification on that?
Yes, Chair, I'll just again share my screen. So when obviously there was the outline planning permission, if I get this actually full screen, makes it easier. There were shown at outline stage that there was going to be an access from Hinton Way and access from Haverhill Road, and then this pedestrian accessibility from Gogmagog Way. Originally it was proposed approximately this location. I haven't got the plan in front of me, and it was felt that this location was better from a highway safety perspective in terms of because obviously you've got the sort of speed limit change there, for example, and it was also originally proposed to be a vehicular gate as well to allow maintenance access, but that was since removed because you could get a maintenance access from within the retirement village. So it was moved. It was felt this location was better as it relates to the sort of path across the road, for example, and stuff like that. I don't know if moving it I'm struggling to foresee if moving it would cause any issue if that was, but regardless, I think in its current location, it feels okay in terms of highway safety and the access into the park. So that's why it was moved, if that makes sense. But it was mainly highways requesting it to be moved. Sorry if that doesn't really answer very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you'd like to come back on that?
Thank you, Chair. And I am seeking to try and get my inquiry to a close, I assure you. So, because it's vehicular and speed limits, it'd been moved, or was it just that gate was sort of, could there be a pedestrian gate in the original and still have that? I'm perhaps asking for an extra gate. Because I think what's been raised by Councillor Fain is the sort of access of sending people on foot a lot way further down the road.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Through you, Chair, I think our feeling is you've got two sort of entrances here coming from the retirement village, which again you access just off the main road here, with that one that's already referred to up here. I don't necessarily think it would be leading to anywhere that sort of path. It would be a bit sort of ad hoc. So I think with the three paths connections there, we think that's probably sufficient.
Thank you. Does that answer the question, Councillor Williams?
I think I will base my decision based on the information that's been given, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So we've got, from my Vice Chair, Councillor Batchelor.
Thank you. Not so much a question, I was going to give a view at this stage, if that's okay with you, Chair. So for me, obviously the principle of this development has been established through the appeals process, and in fact, as I think has been highlighted by the local member, the planning inspector said there was substantial evidence to say that the benefit of having the scheme significantly outweighs the harm, even included, notwithstanding the fact it is within the green belt. So I'm not debating that point at all. The issues that I'm looking at today revolve around design and highways issues. So we've heard from various people have referenced the design review panel's comments on the scheme and what they would propose would be best for this particular location. I see that has been taken on board, and we have comments from the urban design officer who comes to the conclusion that what we have in front of us today is acceptable and that there is no objection to the particular design. I also note that the urban design officer has recommended a number of conditions around specific elements of this application, including specific materials and design of certain elements such as balconies, roofs, etc., which are in the list of recommended conditions in the report. So in terms of design, I'm satisfied that it's appropriate. In terms of highways issues, again, we've heard some concerns from members of the public and local members. We don't have any objections from the Highways Development Management. They started out having an objection when they were first consulted on this, but their most recent comments saying those objections have been overcome and they as a local highways authority have no issues with any of the objections. The one question I had before coming to the meeting today was around the GCP potential scheme that obviously we don't have any finalised detail of at the moment, but I'm satisfied that the variation of condition which allows the staging of development of the open green space would be sufficient to accommodate any of the GCP schemes. And I think we've heard from officers today that any issues with crossing of any CSET route would be an issue for the GCP to handle when they put their application in, which obviously would be subsequent to this one. So yeah, on the highways points, again, I am satisfied. So I think for me, Chair, as it currently stands, I don't see any material reasons for us to refuse this application. And as has been mentioned, I think the benefits of this scheme do outweigh the harm. So as it currently stands, I'll be voting in favour with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor, for summing up so comprehensively and giving your view. Are there any other members who'd like to? Peter Sanford. Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I largely echo Councillor Batchelor's comments. I'm a little concerned about the remarks made by the Parish Councillor around the design of the pavilion. I'm wondering if we can at least recommend some more work has been done on the design to come up with a compromise that would satisfy everyone. I'm assuming we can't condition it, but it would be a strong recommendation. Also regarding CSET, I appreciate it's totally out of our control, but if there is a station or a bus stop that serves this retirement village, I assume there'd be a platform on either side, so there'd be safe crossing. I appreciate that's out of our control, but if when GCP comes before us with recommendations, we should look at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sanford. Yes, Martin Khan, and then we'll come to Councillor Hanley.
I agree that the outline approval has determined the eligibility of this type of development on the site. There are some major benefits in terms of the countryside park, in terms of as an asset, and my main concern is that should be proper, best advantage be taken of that, because I see that as a potentially good resource. There are some concerns I have about it. I mean, to convert arable land to chalk grassland is a long-term proposition. When I was a student, I remember going to see Luddington Heath on Downland in Sussex, and there they have areas which have been cultivated, and between 50 and 70 years later, there was a very different plant community on the cultivated areas from the heath. To get chalk groundnut on shallow soils, you're talking hundreds of years. So you're trying to hurry that up. It needs very much needs specialist attention if you're going to get the best benefit. I think the description is a bit of a gild in the lily, but it's definitely going to be much, much better than what you've got now. So that's a favour. I'm really just concerned that we keep an eye up on the long-term management, and that it is you get the best result from what you do there. I'm also worried about access. And it's, again, it's, I think, something which needs monitoring. You have got no car parking there, and the question is, will people use the Gog-Magog car park? I think even if the path is widened, I cannot see many people walking along the road to get to there from the Gog-Magog car park. It's just too unattractive. Why walk further along the road to get to the site you're going to in the distance? People will take their car and drive down and try and park nearby. So I think there's a potential risk. But it may be that mainly the area serves local people and people walk to the site. And then it wouldn't be a problem. But I think you do need to keep a monitoring on it in the future, because it may be that some provision is needed on site. But then there's a problem that might encourage local people to use the cars when they otherwise would walk. So I just would comment that monitoring should be made to make sure that there aren't parking problems. I mean, it could be that parking problems arise in the actual retirement home because people park there. These are problems that do need to be monitored. In terms of the design, the pavilion, I don't have any other concerns. I feel the building is in the centre. It could be a feature. I quite like modern buildings. I think that's a value judgment, but I think it could be quite a nice feature. The flat roof will be mainly seen from the top of it's surrounded by buildings around it, so it will be hidden at the lower level. It will be mainly seen from the top of the countryside park area, which will be seen at a distance and will be a feature in the landscape. I don't think really what determines here is the landscaping of the site, and therefore it's very concerning that it's very important that we have a good landscape design. It's going to be critically important on this site. But with that, I see no problem. So generally, I'm with those provisos, I see no reason to refuse this, and I should be voting in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Handley.
Well, thank you. Councillor Khan has kind of just answered my question, I think. I mean, I had three concerns to start with here. One was parking, which I think we've had some answers. I still think there will be problems with visitor parking, but I'm not sure that we can deal with it. I wanted to make sure that the place was inclusive, that it wasn't be cut off from the surrounding villages and become exclusive, gated, and that's been answered. So the one that really worries me is the size of the pavilion, which the parish councillor eloquently explained. I have some sympathy with that, but from what Councillor Khan was saying, it sounds as though with your planning experience, you think that is going to be mitigated by landscaping. So I'm probably now thinking that I would vote in favour. That's where I'm feeling at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's one of those, isn't it? It's gone through appeal, and we are where we are. I do feel that I do sympathise about the rooftops and the flat roof structure, but I think that has been explained that it's because of the outline parameters. One thing that did on one of the slides that we were shown was the balconies on the outside. I felt that just created a harshness, which would have again been out of keeping. It's sort of, you've got these buildings and then these sort of, I don't know if you're able to show the one before, and then the next one. Go back. I'll carry on, Chair, in case we find them. But I do find that becomes almost like an intrusion into that space. So I appreciate that we've got conditioning in relation to balconies. If that's something officers could take on board, I think, going forward when assessing it, because I do think it creates an element of bulk that's equally outkeeping, whereas if you have them on the front or the back, then it doesn't quite intrude so much into those visuals, into that space. The materials, I think, in this are going to be really, really important, and I can see that the conditions are here, and I think a lot can be done with different materials to help make things fit in better in their environments. The size of it, I think the pavilion aside, I think to fit the amount that they have consent for without losing more green space and everything else and losing those communal areas probably is necessary. I am minded to approve it, sort of reluctantly, but the balconies, as was shown, sort of jolted up, are really, I think, not great for the purpose of design. I think it does sort of give it extra brutalness, actually, to the landscape. The indicative drawings, I have to say, are much more reassuring than the block plans, but I am very mindful that they are indicative, so we cannot hold the developers to those. So I think when the conditioning comes through, I don't have some wording that we could say should be as close to the indicative drawings provided. And if there's something we can do to strengthen that, I would welcome any suggestions from officers. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. For my own comments on this, as we know, this is a reserved matters application. The principle has already been established, but I do note that the design review panel had 2 bites at giving their feedback, and I think they, after their second meeting, still had some reservations or would have liked the developers to go further in areas, for example, water stress, we know is a big issue in planning locally. They've highlighted grey water recycling. It would be good to see a real focus on that, and also some concerns over the sustainable drainage scheme, whether anything could be done about that, and also trying to sort of encourage a greater, going beyond the Part L of the building regs 2021, sort of moving further towards, certainly fabric first, and then, reaching out towards passive house standards. So those would be my, I don't think there's probably anything we can do in terms of, conditioning there, because of basically meeting the statutory planning conditions, I'm sure, but anything more that can be done in terms of sustainability in those aspects, I would welcome. But I think I would accept that the reasonable efforts have been made to respond to objections raised. So just Martin Khan, you would like to?
I just wanted to make a comment which may be of interest regarding balconies. I think I've often been commented by, I've lived abroad and commented that often we don't put balconies on British buildings. I remember very much this excursion, visiting a community, which is where Isaac Bashevis Singer originally came from in Poland, going along the street and seeing every house had a little seat in front of the house. And in summer, all the residents, particularly the elderly residents, were sitting out and chatting to everybody and seeing who passed along the street. Many of these, I suspect that it's a conflict between the desire for privacy and the desire for community. And I see this as an element of community. I've chatted to people I know who've lived in such communities who love the community element of living in this sort of community. That's what attracts them. I'm not sure that it's the thing I would like, but I know a lot of people do love it. So and in this sense, having somewhere where people can be seen and create community and talk, will be helped by having balconies. So I see it actually, to my mind, it's an asset. Because I see that the community, in this sort of community element is actually quite an important element of living there. And that's what a lot of the people who live there like. That's just an observation.
Thank you. Do we have any other contributors? So in that case, can we move to a vote? Or do we? Yes, okay, thank you. I think we should have a recorded vote. Thank you. Okay.
Happy to second a recorded vote motion if you're proposing, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Highlighting which buttons to press for accepting the proposal and rejecting recommendations from officers, just so people are clear as to what button they're pressing for example.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so green button is in favour of approval and red button decline, and then I think we have an abstain.
That's it.
Okay. Well, thank you, members.
You need to say what the result is.
So, yes, the result is obviously eight in favour and 0 against and no abstentions. And I think we have the recommendation is to page 55. Sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair. Recommendation approved subject to planning commission conditions as set out with minor amendments to the condition as drafted to delegated officers and the completion of the deed of variation in respect of the GCP preferred route to be delegated to officers and a corresponding phased delivery of the countryside park. So I think that concludes this item. Could I ask Councillor Peter Fane now to... yes, we have a tea break scheduled, so perhaps now would be a good time to take it. So if we can say return, a 15-minute break, so that would take us to 11:50 to resume the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So welcome back to this meeting of the South Cambridge District Council Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Peter Fane, resuming the chair after item 5. We now move to item 6 in relation to the former Barrington Cement Works at Haslingfield, application number 21/04087 on pages 113 onwards of your papers. This is a proposal for 113 dwellings on the northern parcel of development of this site. That is an increase of 37 dwellings above the approved scheme. And the key issues for us to determine are as set out on page 113. The principle of development is an issue because of the additional dwellings, the noise, the layout and design. And the presenting officer again is Michael Hammond. So I'll hand over to Michael Hammond to present, if you would.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So the application, as you stated, Chair, is for the erection of 113 dwellings on the northern parcel of the site known as the former Barrington Cement Works of Haslingfield Road in Barrington. It would be an increase of 37 dwellings above what was originally approved on this part of the site at the outline and reserve matters stage. So for context, the red line, if I go back to my pointer, the red line is the application site in here, so this northern parcel. And then the blue line is other parts of the site that the applicant also owns. So it's the southern parcel, and you may recall we discussed the southeastern parcel a few months ago. So to the north of Barrington, outside the framework that originally approved at the time before the council had a 5-year housing supply, and it's a brownfield site. So just at a very high level, there is quite extensive site history, which I've summarised in my committee report, but the two kind of key sort of founding permissions was the outline that was approved in 2016 for 220 units across the whole site, and then obviously the reserve matters of that. So in terms of phasing, you'll see later I've got some actual site photos taken last month because they're actually on site now building out phases 1 and 2, currently under construction. Some of them are actually occupied. So this southeastern parcel is what we discussed a few months ago, and then this northern parcel will effectively be the last phase, realistically, of the development. So again, just to show you the extent of open space across the wider site. So you see you've got this large pond in here and large areas of open space around the site, which quite far exceed the minimum standards we would seek usually. And then that red is just what was removed under that southeastern parcel. So this is the proposed site plan. I have got some comparisons later with what was originally approved in the site to make it easier. So you've got the sort of Cemex railway line sort of cutting through the two parcels, so it's north of that. Then the site itself, so there'll be sort of open space with trees that are existing there being protected. A small area of large detached dwellings sort of at the northern end. And then you've got a mix of sort of terraces, semi-detached and detached throughout the site. This central green is a sort of new element. Originally, some open space was down in this sort of southeastern corner, but this new design has a sort of green which wasn't there previously. And again, this flat block you'll see in the sort of western edge here was originally nearer to the sort of main entrance, but that's been moved away from there. So just to show the different types of tenure, so in terms of affordable housing, it meets the minimum 40% standard and be a mix of rented and shared ownership, predominantly 2 beds and 1 bed with 4 3 beds as well. and parking is provided for each dwelling. There would also be some visitor parking as well, but typically it's 2 spaces per unit, except for the 2-bed flats would have 1 per unit, and the maisonettes, which are 1 bedroom, would also just have 1 per unit. So this is the approved layout on the left versus what's now in front of us under this proposed application. So you can see, for example, I think it might be easier, yes, I've done it here. This flat block has been moved further to the west, and then there was a sort of larger area of open space there, which is effectively being sort of relocated there, but there is still some open space down there. But beyond that, you obviously see that the sort of street arrangements have changed. These are more terrace properties rather than detached, semi-detached there. Obviously the row sort of opposite the main entrance road is more terrace properties again, but density still complies with the local plan standard. Just to show you the sort of breakdown of that. So originally there were 76 proposed, so it was a mix of 1 or 2 bed, 3 beds and 4 bed. And under this proposal there would be more sort of 1 or 2 bed. And again, so it's an extra 14 affordable houses that this would provide, this revised layout and increase in dwelling numbers. And they would be predominantly 1 or 2 bedroom homes, which the housing team are satisfied with. So these are a couple of street scenes. This top one is looking at this terrace row. And I believe the bottom one is further to the south. I think it might be along the main road. So I'll whiz through these, but if you want me to go back to any, please let me know, because obviously there's a fair amount of different house types across the site, some of which you might have seen on the other parcels because they're sort of similar design. So it's the Amberley. This is the Bakewell, which is a 3 bed. The Canterbury. Dart End. And then a mid-terrace equivalent, effectively, of that. And then you've got the Hampstead, one of the larger 4-bedroom homes. Harrogate. Henley. And the Highgate. Yes, and then this is an example of, it's not exactly the same design, but this is an example of the Highgate that's currently on the site, one of the show homes, just for reference. Then we've got Leamington Lifestyle, Letchworth semi-detached, Marlow, Oxford Lifestyle, and again this is another example. This is the Oxford share home that's currently on the site, sort of southern parcel that is. And the Richmond, the Shaftesbury, Stratford Lifestyle, the Tavy Mid, and then there are some that are M42 standard, so more accessible than the ordinary ones. And then the Maisonette. And then this is flat block B. And then these are the floor plans to it, so they're all 2-bedroom units. And then there are obviously garages across the site, so this is what a single garage would look like, a double garage, and then a slightly bigger double garage to accommodate 2 parking spaces. And then this is just a photo I took from that southern parcel when I was on site, just to show you what the finished article looks like on that part of the site. And that's sort of standing at the main entrance. So it's quite a sort of tour of a lot of different house types, so I'd be happy to go back if required, Chair, but ultimately it's considered that the additional 37 dwellings to this parcel would not result in the level of development becoming unsustainable, and that the level of harm arising is very, very limited, and that is outweighed by public benefits of additional affordable housing, the effective use of brownfield land, and then financial contributions towards local services and facilities. So approval was recommended subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement, conditions and informatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions of clarification for the case officer at this stage? Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, can you just confirm the single garages are actually wide enough to accommodate a car? Because we've had previous applications where they're too narrow.
Thank you. Yes, I think this was part of the discussion on the southeastern parcel from memory, and I know it was checked by the agent who might clarify in their comments, but I believe it does fit I forget the make of car, it's a Nissan something. But I mean, for the purposes of our actual parking standards, no, I don't think, strictly speaking, the dimensions match what we would seek, but I think in reality they could accommodate some cars, but that might be clarified by the applicant when they speak. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I think sometimes the important thing is not whether a car can be accommodated, but whether you can get in and out of the car once you've taken it into the garage. But Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask about the original permission given and the level of sustainability that was looked into at that point, just because there's a lot of reference to that in these documents.
Can you help us on that?
For each, yeah. In terms, I might require extra clarification. In terms of sustainability, was that in relation to the sort of building credentials, or is it more about the sort of location in terms of there's sort of multiple facets to sustainability? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sure.
I sort of meant more in terms of the services and facilities available to the people who would be living in the homes, so like doctors, school places, shopping, things like that. Thank you. Transport, cycle routes.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, so it might be helpful actually if I've got the slides still up on the screen. So there is, for example, as part of the scheme, there was approved a sort of new pedestrian sort of footpath cycleway coming out opposite the school in the sort of southern corner, just sort of missed off there. And in the longer term, there would need to be a cycleway connecting to the Foxton train station, all the way along, adjacent to the railway line, basically. So, as well as, I think the highways have recommended there'll be a bus stop, for example, introduced northbound and southbound outside the site. So from a transport perspective, there have been those measures. And on the original Section 106 agreement, there were contributions to local GPs, for example, and aspects like that, and education contributions, which I think you might read my report, they're also being sought for this. So that, and with local sort of community facilities, there's improvements to things like the village hall, for example, playing pitches, which are on a sort of pro rata basis with what was approved back then. So it's, yeah, they're the kind of key contributions. So they were considered at the outline stage, those, and effectively they've sort of been pro-rated in the way this one, most of them. But yeah, it's on the edge of the village, so with those sustainable transport improvements, yeah, I think it was considered, I wasn't here at the time, but I think that's the justification for why it's considered to be sustainable. Thank you.
Any other questions? I would ask a question of clarification myself. In relation to the Parish Council comments on page 123 of our report, whilst it said it at the top, no objection, if we look at paragraph 6.3, follows on from what was just said, we request Section 106 provision in relation to the above matters as set out. If this is not made, then the application is not acceptable to the parish council, which I assume would mean an objection. The parish council have chosen not to be with us today, but really two questions. First is, to what extent do we think the parish council's concerns, particularly in relation to section 106 and community provision, have been met? And the second is, in relation to the additional houses, to what extent have those been accommodated by reducing the green space, you showed us a map there, or by increasing density on the existing site?
Thank you, Chair. I'll come back, just get my notes up regarding, because that point about the open space I had prepared. I think it's a reduction of, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. But I mean, whilst I'm doing that, in terms of the contributions that the Barrington Parish Council referred to, the vast majority of them have been included. Those are the things like the community village hall improvements, for example, and stuff like that, because there was originally some discussion regarding the whether it's acceptable to do that on a pro rata basis. But we, with our Section 106 officer, we agreed that it was, and so ultimately those have been incorporated, and I think are outlined, just reading Phil's report, paragraph 6.113, page 135 of the committee report. Those are included. I believe there were some references to transport improvements that were, I think it's the Archer Bridge contribution, but the County Council didn't recommend those, so that's why those haven't been included, for example. But the vast majority, in terms of the non-highways ones that weren't mentioned, are included. But, sorry, a bit roundly that. But in terms of the open space, so the area that would be lost to accommodate this would be 0.35 hectares. So there would still be 17.72 hectares across the site, which is roughly about 6 times more than the minimum standards would seek. So when you look at the entire site, it's still got quite a substantial amount of open space. So that would be my response to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And if I understand it correctly, in part, the open space that was to be at the southeast corner of the site has now been effectively relocated to form part of the open space more in the centre of the site. You showed us, again, a plan on that earlier on.
To come back on that, I don't know if that, strictly speaking, was its intention. I don't think it'd be fair if I assumed that was why I was doing it.
That was the plan I was thinking of.
Yeah, it's more that the proposal now extends slightly further this way, and that it's kind of more providing that isn't, as far as I'm aware, a direct response to the southeastern parcel, and it wasn't something we saw specifically. Whether the applicant or agent wants to clarify on that, they might be able to, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. One more question, Councillor.
Well, I'll put it to you, Chair. I mean, I've got 2 questions around responses we've had from our consultees on this. Is that better to say for the debate or for now?
Unless it's one of the consultees, no, I mean, let me clarify. We will have public speakers later on. We'll have a noise consultant on behalf of CMEX. We have somebody speaking on behalf of the developers, and some of these points Councillor van der Veer, the local member, may comment on, but we don't have any other consultees speaking, so I think it's fair for you to raise these concerns at this point in clarification.
Okay, thank you. Well, 2 questions then. Urban design team object to this, as you can see in the comments, but presumably, can I just clarify that it's officers' view then that the concerns they raise are outweighed by the benefit that the scheme gives? And secondly, is the landscape officer now objecting, or have they had their objection removed? Because it's not actually very clear. They were initially objecting back in 2021, but I'm not very clear from their comments whether that objection has been overcome enough for them to remove that objection.
Yeah, in response to the landscape officer one, I think it's just missing the no objection after I wrote it, but I definitely recall speaking with landscape extensively about that, and they were happy subject to conditions. Yeah, I think there were conditions recommended in the landscape, so I don't think it's an objection, and I didn't mean to miss that off, sorry. But in response to your first question, yes, acknowledge that urban design have some concerns, which I think I've addressed in my report. But for example, some of them refer to things like the separation distances specified in the SPD. But I think if you look across the site, as it's already been permitted, that they're not being met in every instance, for example, and that is only guidance. So we've taken that into account and are satisfied with it. So yeah, it's officers, we have a different opinion, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's, quite a just to check really. There's a point on 10.144 about having a condition to require secure and covered cycle parking. I was just wondering if that is covered in the conditions. Is that 10 hard and soft landscaping schemes? I just wasn't sure from the wording. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, just try to get, I believe there was a bin and cycle store condition that might have been combined. So I'll just check. We'll just check.
For those online, we're just checking some information in relation to a question that's been asked, and we will be back to you shortly.
I mean, we can keep checking the background, but ultimately, if it's not on there, I'd be more than happy to add it. I can see in my report that I've intended to add a cycle parking condition, so perhaps when it comes to debate, I think that could be a motion perhaps to add it on if it's not in there, but we'll keep checking in the background. Thank you.
So might perhaps form a proposal later on. Any other questions of clarification? No. Right, let's move on to our public speakers. Our first public speaker is Rachel Canham, I believe a noise consultant, appearing on behalf of CMEX, as I understand it. Perhaps in giving us your presentation, you would just clarify as to whether CMEX are formally objecting to this. Oh, I'm sorry, CMEX are online. Yes, there we are. So, Rachel Canham, welcome, and you have 3 minutes, and if you would stand by for any questions after that. Thank you.
Certainly. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Canham of WBM Acoustic Consultants, acting on behalf of CEMEX. The CEMEX Barrington site is a former quarry that is currently being restored using inert material brought in by train. Train movements are therefore an essential part of the restoration scheme. Without the trains, there is no material brought to site and no restoration can occur. The proposed housing scheme is split by the railway line used to bring in the infill material. The planning permission for the CEMEX site allows for 3 trains in and out of the site per day, so 6 movements in total, although 2 trains can occur within the same hour. The planning permission also sets noise limits at the proposed housing. Condition 38 requires train noise at the boundary of any residential property not to exceed 55 decibels over a 1-hour period. This limit was developed in conjunction with Cambridgeshire County Council to minimise train noise impacts at the housing. The limit also assumes 2 train movements in a single hour. The proposed housing would need to be located at least 50 metres from the railway in order to meet this limit, unless mitigation in the form of screening was introduced between the housing and the trains. The proposed housing layout shows dwellings closer than 50 metres, but without any intervening screening. Although noise assessments for the housing have been undertaken, these have considered train noise from 6 movements over a 16-hour period, rather than 2 trains over a 1-hour period. This has the effect of diluting the noise affecting the housing by the trains. It is acknowledged that the applicant is including screening to the balconies of the flats in the form of perspex barriers. The introduction of the screening is welcomed, and it is hoped that the implementation of such barriers will be secured by an appropriate condition. Although this screening will assist with reducing train noise on the balconies to the flats, it does not provide any screening to the mitigation, it does not provide any mitigation to the houses or front gardens that are located nearest the railway. As such, the objection from CEMEX to the residential scheme still stands. Not only is there a real risk that the noise levels at the boundaries of these properties will exceed 55 decibels over 1 hour, meaning that CEMEX will be in breach of their planning conditions, but there's a risk that future residents could complain about the elevated noise from the trains. And if the complaint is found to be considered a nuisance, the train movements could be curtailed as a result. As indicated earlier, the train movements are essential to the operation of the site as they bring in the inert material used to fill the void. As currently proposed, the housing scheme conflicts with the requirements of the NPPF and the agent of change principle. That is, where the operation of an existing business, such as CEMEX, could have a significant adverse impact on new development, the applicant or the agent of change should be required to provide suitable mitigation before the development has been completed. The objection by CEMEX could be addressed by the use of additional mitigation between the houses and the railway, such as a substantial fence to provide any acoustic screening. Thank you for listening, and I'm quite happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for clarification on that? Perhaps I could ask a question myself. In relation to the additional mitigation, perhaps you could just give us a little bit more detail as to what that might be involved and how that could be accommodated on the proposals as set out.
Of course. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the CEMEX Barrington site, because that's overviewed by Cambridge County Council, discussions were ongoing at the time the CEMEX application went in, because that coincided with the development of the housing scheme, although at that stage it was only permitted in outline. There were some general discussions that the houses would be located closer than 50 metres, but with the provision of a 3-metre barrier between the housing and the railway in order to provide appropriate mitigation. And that would be sufficient to control noise levels to traditional 2-storey dwellings. So that is the typical kind of mitigation that would be required, a sort of 3-metre tall fence or wall. The specific function, form of it isn't really that critical, providing it's tall enough and has sufficient mass. So something like an acoustic fence or even just a substantial close-boarded fence or a wall would be sufficient.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Or perhaps I should say, before we move on to our next public speaker, if Liz Fitzgerald would like to deal with that issue in addition to other issues she may be planning to raise, I'd be happy to provide a little bit of extra time so before we consider whether mitigation might be dealt with by other means through a condition. Right. Councillor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm just interested to know whether if that mitigation were put in place, would it be required on both sides of the track? Because I suppose you could argue then you're increasing the noise level for the existing part of the development on the other side of the track. Is that a sensible question?
Yes, entirely sensible, and you are correct. It would ideally be required on both sides of the railway line.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for answering our questions. Before I pass on to our next speaker, let me give a general apology for having failed to recognise who was whom and who was in the room and who was virtual. So my apologies for that, and if that's led to any misunderstandings. I believe our next speaker is Liz Fitzgerald of Parker Parry. You know how this works. The floor is yours.
Been here a few times, Chair, thank you. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. The application before you seeks to increase the scale of development on this northern parcel from the approved scheme of 76 dwellings to 113 dwellings, an uplift of 37 units. The approved scheme secures all the footpath, cycle connections and significant contributions to the improvement of community facilities within Barrington. This remains unchanged and will be delivered. The Parish Council will receive in excess of £2.5 million towards refurb or rebuild of the village hall, sports hall, football pitches, tennis courts, amongst other elements. In respect of noise, the relationship between the CEMEX infilling operations and the residential development is an existing one that will occur with the extant permission regardless of this proposal. CEMEX advise you that this development will prevent them from infilling the quarry as they'll be unable to comply with the condition on their permission. They failed to acknowledge the extant permission where the same situation may arise and moreover ignore the fact that they can install mitigation measures on the railway land should the issue arise. This relationship was also known to them when they initially obtained the planning permission for the residential development and when they sold the site to Redrow. Let's put the situation in context. CEMEX have permitted 6 movements to and from the site per day. This equates to 3 trains and only 1 train can attend the site at any one time due to space. No more than 2 movements are permitted in any 1 hour. In the time I've been involved, which is now a while, no more than 2 trains per day have been known to come into the site and never at the weekend or on bank holidays. This is not a main line we're not talking about 4 trains per hour. It's a low-level operation occurring. In addition, CEMEX only have a permission to continue infilling for a limited period of time. Even if this time period is extended, any perceived conflict will only occur until the quarry is restored. It's a finite period. Overall, this is optimising the use of land that was brownfield, in accordance with government guidance, regardless of whether there's a 5-year land supply or not. In seeking to maximise development on brownfield sites such as this one, it facilitates an increase in housing delivery, which in turn assists with a reduction in the future housing need within the district and a reduction in the need to allocate greenfield or greenbelt sites in the future. On that basis, we put to you the officer's report and the recommendation, and we would ask you to support us. Just coming back to the point that CEMEX have raised about the fence and wall, it's worth noting that the 3-metre barrier wasn't in the outline consent. It wasn't secured as part of any outline consent, nor in any sale contract coming over to Redrow. You've heard, I've just mentioned the extant position in terms of the consents that we have. The reserve matters allow development within that 50-metre boundary without a barrier. If a fence or wall is required, it would fall outside of the red line of this particular application and into CEMEX land. That was always perceived. And as such, CEMEX themselves are able to actually apply for consent to put in that facility if it became an issue. From our perspective, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for clearing that up. Any questions of clarification for our speaker on that? Yes, Councillor Lisa Ridrup.
Yes, sorry, it may have been more appropriate for the previous one, but it just occurred to me. I was wondering, how long does it take for each train to pass? Because I imagine they're probably quite long, big, heavy trains. And also, you mentioned this is a short-term situation, so I wondered how long it's expected for these trains to continue to pass through the site. Thank you.
I can't give you an exact time because I haven't stood there with the stopwatch, I'm afraid. What I can say is that I've actually walked past one of the trains that are coming into the site. They travel at exceptionally low speeds. It's a steady, constant rumble is probably too strong a word, but you can get the sort of train constant noise. And it moves past, obviously moves past existing properties as well as it comes up from Foxton Station. But because of the low speeds, it does take minutes. I can't give you exactly how many, sorry.
Thank you for that. And I think perhaps our case officer can help us on this as well.
Yeah, if it helps, Chair. I was looking through a noise report on the county permission, and from what I could see, it takes approximately 10 minutes. 10 minutes is, yeah.
Right. Okay. So further question for you, Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. You probably heard my question earlier to the case officer. Are the 1-car garages actually usable for cars, or are they just storage lockers?
We did go away and measure it. We learnt our lesson for not having the answer, and it will hold a Nissan Qashqai, so a decent-sized family car. What we do know is, obviously, it doesn't comply with the Cambridgeshire County Council standards for internal measurements for garages, but they are sufficiently big enough to take a car.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to take it that means that the driver will be able to get out once the car is parked in the garage. I don't think we have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation and for being so clear. Right. Our next speaker, hopefully waiting online for us, is Councillor Aidan van der Weyer as local member. Are you there, Aidan? Good morning. Afternoon.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Shall I launch off? So just a bit of context. I mean, this development is, as we've heard, currently being built out. There are residents moving in who are contributing positively to the village. The development is going to bring a lot of benefits, both in terms of the very large amount of open space and the contributions to community facilities. It's also worth noting that we have a very good liaison group that's sort of set up and run by the South County Community Team, which has helped with the relations with Redrow and the village. I have a couple of main points I would like to make. One is a point of principle, and then one on the 106. So the point of principle is this is the fact that this is these 37 houses are part of a bigger application. In policy terms, is neither here nor there. The original proposal for 220 homes got approved before we had the current local plan, when we didn't have a 5-year housing land supply. That's done. That's decided. And as I said, being built out. We're all working very hard to make sure it's a lovely place that's well integrated, and I think we will succeed in that. If this application of 37 houses was in any other group village, if it was in any other location in Barrington, it would be resisted. So there's not really any difference in this. It's 37 houses, application for 37 houses in a group village, which is not in conformity with policy, and I think we should, where possible, apply our policies. On the Section 106, the parish council, I can tell you with the parish council's views that we ought to be increasing the Section 106 that was agreed pro rata across the board. The one particular example that they cited is on the path and sort of the potential improvements to the path to Shepworth. If you know, there's a very narrow bridge there. It's quite a fast road without a path. And that is actually on the route from the village to the catchment secondary school. I mean, it's disappointing that the county didn't support that, but funding for that would be very welcome. Would bring huge benefits and improve the safety and improve the attractiveness of walking and cycling in the area. So ideally, and across the board, pro rata increase to the 106. I think it's justified and would get the support of the parish council and myself. And more broadly, I think sort of bringing the two issues together, the increase in the size of this development, it sort of starts to approach the point when you would expect community facilities on the development itself rather than within the village. And so this sort of incremental increase in size, I think, undermines the proper planning. So if we had these numbers to start with, we might have approached things differently, which is rather unfortunate. But yeah, so there are 2 points for the principle and an appeal to on the 106 to increase pro rata across all issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification for Councillor van der Weyer? I think we have one. Henry Batchelor, Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Aidan. So just so I'm absolutely clear then, obviously we do have a number of objections throughout our paper to this application because some of the points are against policy, albeit the case officer's view is that the benefits outweigh the harm. Can I just double check that is your view as local member as well, that the benefits this scheme we have in front of us today do outweigh the harm that is identified?
Sorry, if everyone's clear. No, I don't think so. I mean, there are some benefits, both in terms of the housing and the contributions, and that's undeniable. I think, yeah, the sort of way I think I've thought about it is, if this had been anywhere else, in any other circumstances, I would be rejecting, and that's my position. The case officer has made a very good case and presented that case, and that's obviously something for you to consider. But I think the principle on this point, I think, is very strong in our policies, and we should be following them.
Councillor Van der Waal, I detect a certain amount of confusion in the room, so forgive me if I come back at you on that. You said, I think, that in any other group village this would be resisted. However, you did indicate that you would support it. However, in response to Councillor Batchelor's question, you said, no, the benefits do not outweigh the harm. Have I misunderstood your position?
Yes, sorry, I didn't think I said I would support it. Apologise if I hadn't been clear earlier on. No, I think that principle is my position on this.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Van der Waal, or shall we leave it there? Let's move on. Thank you very much. I think we're now in a position to move to the debate, unless anyone, I will give further opportunity for questions of clarification to the case officer if necessary before we proceed to the debate, because I'm keen to keep questions and debate separate. Any further questions which the case officer might be able to help us with? No. Let's progress to the debate then. There are some matters that have been raised that we will no doubt come to later, perhaps in relation to conditions, but let's focus on the debate on the proposals before us. Who wants to open up the debate on that? I see Councillor Henry Batchelor is going to open the debate for us on this.
Yeah, didn't have my hand up, but I can do, Chair,
my apologies.
if you need someone to kick off. So, yes, okay, fine. So, obviously, this is going to be a balanced judgment from committee members. I mean, where I'm coming from, I mean, I do have concerns, as obviously we do have a number of objections throughout the paper from some of our consultees. I mean, the strongest one being from the urban design team, albeit I understand the justification for going against that suggestion is that the rest of the site, none of the site complies with what the urban design officer is saying. Yeah, I mean, we also have objections from the Minerals and Waste Officer at the County Council, from CEMEX themselves, and we have a relatively ambiguous objection or not from the Landscape Officer. So, I mean, for me, usually I'd be quite, I'd say, uncomfortable in going against all those objections, but I have heard the case officer's justification for going against those recommendations and for putting a balanced view to us. And obviously, having read through the parish council's comments, over the many iterations of this application, and also from hearing from the local member as well, I am probably going to, at the moment anyway, come down on the side of the case officer and think that the issues that have been raised by consultees can be overcome by the benefits that this application would bring, namely Section 106 payments, etc., that have been outlined. So, as it currently sits, Chair, I will be voting in favour.
Thank you. I see other contributors, but just before I do that, I'm aware that Councillor Heather Williams was not able to join us for the whole thing and won't be voting, but I wondered whether you have any comments or contribution on the matters before us.
No, Chair, I had to deal with an urgent matter, so I've not been privy, so it's probably not appropriate for me to comment.
Okay. I think then we have Councillor Dr. Martin Kahn.
Yeah, I would comment that the principle of development on the site has been determined. It's difficult really to see how it's a sustainable site, but that's the decision and that's the position we're in. The original proposal included far larger number of larger dwellings and smaller number of smaller units, and the smaller units are the thing that we tend to be short of and where we have problems. So that's a very desirable change, that there are far more numbers of smaller bedroom units, and that's a great plus point. In terms of design, the whole site is going to be, basically it's a bit of suburbia in the countryside, and that's what we lumbered, and that's what the permission was given for. So we really have to accept it, whether we like it or not, and whether local residents like it or not, that's the position that we're in. I'm not particularly worried about the terraced houses. They seem to me, that is almost inevitable if we're going to increase the number of smaller units, and that's what we in terms of housing need, that's the biggest need. So generally, I can see this as a desirable. The movement of the bit of open space to the centre of the site is a definite positive from the development. I'm not too worried about the noise. We shall see, as it's been commented, it could be resolved on the actual railway line if it becomes necessary. But I worked for a year right next door to a railway line, and with much more frequent trains. It is noisy, but if you're coming there, you know there's a railway line, and you adapt to it. Either you like it or you're not. And we've already accepted the other side of the railway line. So I think the arguments, I think, are quite. I accept the arguments that can be accepted. So the big worry, thing that I'm concerned about, well, I don't see how it's resolvable, and is that if we have a larger number of smaller units, we're likely to have younger, more active people, and they're more likely to use active transport and cycling. And the natural route if you're cycling from there is to go through Hassingfield and Barton into Cambridge, and that I cannot see how that road is very safe for cycling. But we've accepted there's going to be development there, so I don't. I think the inevitable result is that you're going to have a lot of private transport in cars, and the provision of electric charging points is therefore an important element which is provided for. And that seems to be inevitable. You're going to get a lot of new vehicles using the road, and that's been accepted. The highways accept it, so I don't see that's a reason to refuse it. So I think in general I'm going to be supporting that application.
Councillor Bill Hanley.
For me, the important thing is the number of affordable houses. I think that's what swings the argument for me. I can see the downsides, of some of the objections, but yeah, I think affordable housing is something we desperately need. So that's the way it shifts the balance from my perspective.
Shifts the balance to what?
Towards voting in favour.
I thought you might say. Yeah, thank you. Right. Any further contributions to the debate? Perhaps I could say a few words myself. As others have said, the principle of development is accepted on this site. As to the density of development and the accommodation of the additional numbers, I don't see that has any significant deleterious effects on the green space. Looking at the objection still outstanding from the urban design officer, I think paragraph 6.3 sets that out. In future, when the rail track is decommissioned, the north and south sides will not have this obstacle. From the point of view of achieving a community cohesion, it's preferable to have similar arrangement of built and natural forms. I'm personally not persuaded that is an important consideration for us. I think the question is whether the two parts are compatible, and I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be. In relation to the objection from CMEX and the question of noise, I mean, other members have referred to this being beside a railway line. I don't think it's comparable with any other situation of being beside a railway line. We're talking about 4 to 6 trains a day rumbling past at slow speed over an extended period, and that being for a limited duration. And if mitigation works were to be needed, then we have heard, and I'm satisfied, that they would be outside the red line and could be provided by CMEX themselves so as to satisfy the conditions of their own planning consent. So I'm not persuaded by that either. There is the remaining question that was raised earlier in relation to bicycle storage. which the planning officer indicated could be accommodated. I wonder whether there might be suitable wording for a condition that could be added on that.
Yes, Chair. Ultimately, yeah, that should have been concluded because I added it into my report. So happy for a cycle parking to be dealt with through condition. Yeah.
And that would be a fairly standard condition, so we don't need to consider the wording of it now.
Yeah, it would be along the lines of prior to, imagine, occupational development. The details of cycle storage shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. To that effect, really. Yeah.
I get the impression that is something the developers could accommodate. Councillor Redrup, you raised that in the first instance. Are you happy that we deal with it in that way?
Yes.
Being done. Did you want to comment on the questions before us, the broader questions, or?
Yeah, I guess on the broader questions, if that's okay. But thank you for looking into the cycle parking for me. I guess my concern is about increasing it by the 37 houses and having potentially 120 more people living in an unsustainable site. It was unsustainable in terms of requiring cars. You know, that hill is it's a big hill for our area, and people don't like to cycle over it. It is a narrow road with a difficult junction when it comes down into Haslingfield at the other side. So there are definitely concerns around there, and I think there would be a lot more cars because of having so many more people there. So I do have concerns about it that I'm not quite sure about. And then also concerns about the facilities available. So thank you for answering my question earlier about the pro rata increases of section 106, which was useful for me. So I guess my thoughts are: is that enough to object or not? So that's sort of where I am, just thinking about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Two more. So we have Councillor Henry Batchelor wants to come back again, and then Councillor Peter Sanford. Yes.
Thank you. Just a minor point, following on from Councillor Martin Khan was asking around cycling. Can I just get some clarification, maybe from officers or maybe from someone who knows? My understanding was that there is due in the pipeline to be a cycle path built between Barrington and Foxton as part of the GCP upgrades. I don't know if officers have details of that, but I think that might help in terms of the wider context around cycling. I didn't know if someone could confirm or deny. It's not my local area, so I'm not fully versed with it, but I just wanted to double check.
Through Chair, unfortunately, I don't know the answer off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Without looking through, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if anyone else does, but sorry.
So, Councillor Batchelor, it sounds though we may not be able to resolve that today. Are you happy that we progress nonetheless?
It's not going to affect my decision making, but I thought it might just be useful for the wider public. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I assume we don't need any further discussion about increasing the section 106 provision pro rata. That seemed to be the main sticking point for the parish council. But if all are agreed with that, I'm happy to support this, and I echo Councillor Handley's points about serious need for affordable housing in the villages. So I'm tending to support this application.
Yes, I think that's an important point. Again, I draw attention to paragraph 6.3 on page 123. I think it's reasonable in view of what the case officer said to us earlier, to assume, and from the fact that the parish council are not with us today, to assume that their request for section 106 provision has been met and that they're not objecting on that account. I think we're pretty well ready to move to a vote. Can I ask members to consider very carefully before we vote whether they feel they have been able to be sufficiently involved in this to take a vote? I think Councillor Williams will not be voting, and there may be others in the room who may decide that they shouldn't vote on this matter, but I'll leave it to the conscience of individual members on that point. No. So I suggest we now move to a vote on this. I'm going to take it
Sorry,
by...
Peter. Sorry, Chair. I really didn't understand what you were just saying. Why were you saying that?
Standard procedure, I suggest, that members need to consider before voting on a matter whether they have been able to be present and attentive for the whole of the debate. I'm not going further than that. I'm now going to move to a vote, if Councillor Hanley will agree. So I'm going to go straight to an electronic vote. And if you are the recommendation is to approve. I think we had a couple of possible conditions. I haven't heard anyone arguing the case for refusal, so I'm not proposing to outline the possible case for that. I think the concerns about the railway line have been dealt with. I think the concerns about the cycle storage. So if you want to approve, then having pressed the blue button, you'll then press green, and if you want to refuse, press red. No. I think we have 8 votes. We have 1, 2, that's everybody, 3. Jim. That's everybody, I think. Yes. So that is now approved. Thank you very much. We said we'd break for lunch at 1:30, so I think that gives us an opportunity to, if necessary, that gives us an opportunity to progress to the next one, which is the application in relation to Fenny Lane Farm in Meldreth, which is on page 18. Okay. So we'll take a short break here while we just arrange a crossover of case officers, and then we'll resume in a couple of minutes. Thanks very much to our public speakers and others who've paid attention to this. Appreciate your attendance. So we will just take a short break, a couple of minutes before we get to the next item. Welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. Apologies for taking a short break there to make some local arrangements. We now move on to item 7 on our agenda, application 22/0401/8 outline in relation to Fenny Lane Farm, Fenny Lane in Meldreth. And this is on page 189 of your papers. And welcome to our case officer, Katie I beg your pardon, Katie, Christa Delides, who's now joined us. It's an application by Mrs. Philippa and Joanne Hart. It's with us because it's been called in by Meldreth Parish Council. It's an outline application, all matters reserved, other than access, for the erection of 9 self-built dwellings. The key issues before us are set out on page 189, the principle of development, which includes the question of self-build, the character and appearance of the area, landscaping, highway safety and parking provision, plus the question of flood risk and drainage, and the recommendation from officers is to refuse. And therefore I'd like to ask our case officer, Katie, would you present the case to us?
Thanks, Chair. Right, so there have been 2 representations, so just to provide a verbal update, there have been 2 further representations received since the committee report was written and the written update was provided. In summary, the representations confirm the previous objections which these 2 neighbours have submitted. They also state that the issues of the disposal of surface and foul water are considered not to have been resolved through the amendments to the application. And concerns are raised regarding the increased flood risk to the neighbouring properties on the proposal. So I'll start my presentation. So the application site is Fenny Lane Farm, Fenny Lane in Meldreth. The proposal seeks outline application with all matters reserved other than access for the erection of 9 self-built dwellings. The application is reported to Planning Committee at the request of Meldreth Parish Council, and a written update report was circulated to members last week. The application site, which is outlined in red on this plan here, lies to the north of Fenny Lane, Meldreth, and comprises paddock and private allotment land. To the west of the site lies number 24 Fenny Lane here, which is a 2-storey property. And there are numerous converted dwellings from agricultural barns, which are 1-storey and 2-storey, and then further agricultural barns to the back of the site. To the south lies the neighbouring properties, to the south of the site lies neighbouring properties which form number 20 Phoenix House, number 18, number 14, number 12. There is no number 16. And these are all 1-storey properties which lie adjacent to the site, adjacent to Fenny Lane. Opposite the site here, you've got the Meldreth Manor School, and then here, adjacent to the site, is open farmland to the north and east of the site. So I've got some street scene views here which show number 24 Fenny Lane here. You can just about here to the back see some of the barns which in this photo are being converted. And then the site starts here. This one at the back here is looking east towards the village of Meldreth, and this is the site with this hedge at the front, and then you can just see the neighbouring property number at Phoenix House at number 20. So yeah, the top site here is looking directly at the site, and then this is looking down Fenny Lane, looking west as you're going out of Meldreth towards Wadden. You can see number 24 Fenny Lane here. The site is in here, and then the driveway to the neighbouring property. So site photographs. Top photograph here on the left shows the private allotments, which on the cursor here you can see forms this part of the site, this southwest part of the site. This bottom photograph shows the paddock land, which is a large area of paddock land which lies to the north of the site. And then these various photographs show just show the boundaries of the site, which is quite well screened with various trees. This one is like these two are looking towards this boundary here, towards the neighbouring properties. The site is outlined in red here and lies outside of the Meldrift Village Development Framework and within the open countryside. The Village Development Framework boundary is shown with the black dashed line here, so the site lies outside of the framework and in the countryside. The village framework lies adjacent to it, to the south and east. The site is predominantly within flood zone 1, low risk, with a small part of the site adjacent to the eastern boundary, which lies within flood zones 2 and 3, medium risk. The flood zone is just here where the flood zone 2 and 3 are. This illustrative site plan shows the proposal would likely form a cul-de-sac development with one vehicular accessed off Fenny Lane, so the vehicular access would be here. This site plan shows that plot 1 would be sited adjacent to the access, with plot 2 sited further within the site, with plots 3 and 4 within the back part of the site forming a cul-de-sac type development. This is, however, illustrative, and is an illustrative site plan with matters of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale being sought for approval at reserved matter stage. As shown on here, each dwelling would have provision for 2 parking spaces and cycle provision. So the proposal is for self-build. The Self-Build and Custom Housing Act 2015, as amended by the Housing and Planning Act 2016, requires local authorities to maintain a self and custom build register. This is a register of individuals and associations of individuals who are seeking land in South Cambridgeshire to use for either self and custom house building. The Act, as amended in 2016, provides a legal definition of self and custom house building. The Act does not distinguish between self-build and custom housing. It provides that both are where an individual, an association of individuals, or persons working with or for individuals or associations of individuals build or complete houses to be occupied as homes by those individuals. So this table here, which is taken from the District Council's website, shows the number of people added to the register, which is this column here, for each base period, and the permissions granted, which authorities have 3 years from the end of the base period. So the table shows that there was a shortfall in the number of permissions granted in base periods 3 and 4 compared to the number of people added to the register. An update report was circulated to members last week, in which the table was updated, in which each base rate is treated individually, and therefore any deficits in delivery of permissions granted are not carried forward. Similarly, the number of people on the register is not applied as cumulative year-on-year total. So the main considerations as part of this application are principal developments, character and appearance of the area, landscaping, highway safety and parking provision, and flood and drainage. The application is recommended for refusal as the proposal would be outside of the village framework and in an unsustainable location, and would result in encroachment of built form into the open countryside, which would result in harm to the character and appearance of the countryside. Whilst the need for self-build dwellings in the district is not in dispute, the contribution and the location of the proposal for these self-build dwellings in the area is not considered to outweigh the material harm that the proposal would have to the character of the rural landscape and village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of clarification to the case officer? Yes, Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup.
Hi, thank you. Can I just ask, just for my understanding, what the significance of the changes in the table were and why those figures about carrying forward were taken off? And also, I thought I read somewhere that the demand for self-build may be met by developments in Northstowe and possibly Waterbeach. I just wanted to check if that can be taken into account. Thank you.
Can you help us with that?
Yeah. So in terms of the figures, we're just clarifying that we'd kind of calculated that, added the cumulative impact of the figures there, but that was incorrect. So they should be considered on a year-on-year basis. And in terms of the need, it has been considered on various appeal decisions that the self-build need was addressed by Northstowe, but at the moment that table kind of shows that we haven't met our need in terms of the permissions granted for self-build.
Thank you for that. I'd like to follow that up because the table shows a deficit of 140 self-build and custom units in period 4 if we discount the possibility of provision in Northstowe, which I think has not been resolved. I'm just wondering to what extent, we have to consider what our view is, not what an inspector's view might be, but to what extent an inspector might say, for instance, that the council's approach on this has not delivered and is not expected to deliver self-built housing in anything like sufficient quantities, and that the council's failure to make progress in resolving the issue should be considered in the planning balance. It isn't currently considered in the planning balance, although you've said it's outweighed by other factors. Could you just call up the planning balance, your planning balance slide again, and just... So the question really is, to what extent do you think that the failure to meet self-build, assuming it is a failure, should be taken into account in the planning balance, even if outweighed by other factors? Your last slide, I think, showed the planning balance. There we are. And the key material considerations.
Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Obviously, the provision of self-build plots does carry material weight, and it's for the decision maker to determine what weight is applied to that that consideration in determining its application. What we're saying here is that we acknowledge there is a demand as set out by the number of people we have on our register currently, and in the base periods 3 and 4 we haven't met that demand, and therefore obviously in trying to meet that demand in the future, yes, as I said, it carries a material weight. What we're saying here is that the provisions of the local plan and the policies set out in our spatial strategy and where we advise development should be located, that is actually, we're advising that carries more weight than the self-build provision in this instance for this application, and hence the recommendation that's before you to refuse the application.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, clarification? I think that's where we are now. Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've not really fully understood how this list, and in some ways a sort of pipeline works, because I suppose the fact that a lesser number of permissions are granted compared with the number of people added to the list. I mean, for example, one obvious question is, well, how many applications were there, and of what proportion of those were granted? Because just because permissions granted are lower than the number of people added to the list might, it's not as though these self-build plots are a totally homogeneous kind of resource, because I presume people who want to build their own house would be quite particular about where they want to build their own house, and therefore, I wonder if it really is the case that if we offered more plots, would that lead to directly lead to an increase in the number of planning permissions granted. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. At the moment, we're required to identify what the demand is by having a self-build register, and that is the number of individuals or associations we have that are on the self-build list. So that is the demand we have, and there's a duty for us to meet that demand under the act that Katie referred to. Now, obviously, the list can be divided into a part 1 and a part 2, so it identifies a more localised need and can introduce localised tests, and that's something we haven't done at the moment. But there is a way that we can refine that list essentially into a more localised connectivity test, where we keep those on part 1 of the register and just general interest as part 2. But at the moment we haven't split that up. I mean, I've got a colleague here on the line. If you have some more questions around the self-build register, he would be able to answer some questions in regard to managing that list, if members felt that was useful.
We have had a couple of questions on that issue, and if your colleague online is able to help us with how and to what extent that should be taken into account in the balance, that would be very helpful.
Hello. Yeah, hopefully I can help and give you some kind of an update on this. So it's quite confusing, to say the least. I think the legislation here. There doesn't seem to have been many updates recently for some time now. So we were kind of waiting to see what the ramifications would be for not meeting the targets. However, there doesn't seem to be any that we can see from government at this point. So I was kind of eagerly anticipating what that would be, kind of knowing that, you know, potentially we weren't going to meet those figures as we saw in 3 and 4. So really, I don't think I can give you much of a kind of a weight on what that looks like, because it doesn't seem to really be much of a ramification. All that seems to be at the moment is the appeal loss that we're kind of facing and the costs that are associated with that. With, you know, when there is a determination that we haven't met target, and I think it's just a slightly off position, I think, because technically we have 3 years following the end of a base period to meet target, which means that in any of those 3 years, say we get an excess in year 1, we can apply any excess to the next year following or the year after that potentially. So if we did have like a large site where we had 600 plots that were self-build, we could apply that across a 3-year period, meaning we would satisfy, you know, the next 3 years target. That to me would mean we've met target on this issue. However, once you've gone past that year, you've got another year where you need to make target for. So in terms of meeting a target, it's not really categorized as a year-on-year kind of activity, so to speak. But in terms of the targets at the end that we report, they very much are year on year. So we only look at one base period and have we met the kind of the numbers in that period. So it's a slightly convoluted target process, and I think that's probably had an impact, you know, in the grand scheme of things here with those kind of decisions that have been made.
For you from councillors, which you all feel may be able to help us with. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify what we've just been told. So we've not met our targets, but we don't know consequences, and we're just sort of, you know, just seeing what happens? Because that seems like a bit of an unusual approach for the council to take. So clarify I've understood that correctly, because I need to pick my jaw up off the table if that's true. The other thing was mentioned risk of appeals. Are we aware of any appeals that have gone through because people haven't fulfilled the register of obligations? Have we done that research? Do we know? And then perhaps some legal advice as to whether or not we should even be taking previous appeals and costs of the council into consideration, because we don't normally. 3 questions there, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. And Matt, if you would, answering that, perhaps you would just, I expect you probably wrote it yourself, but paragraph 814 in our papers on page 203 points out the South Cambridgeshire District Council is a right to build vanguard authority with the statutory duty, and therefore weight needs to be given to the delivery of self-built dwellings should the council have a shortfall in delivery.
Yeah, so I'll kind of say that I suppose it's every council will be in this position, so there isn't kind of a general, what happens if you don't meet this. So I think that's something that's been quite unfortunate really with this legislation, is that we haven't had that clear guidance. So it's not that we're waiting to see, because that should have happened arguably back in 2016, 2015 when this kind of legislation came out, but there kind of wasn't that guidance. So I suppose every council will be in a similar position if they're failing to meet this, and there are councils out there that will be failing to meet this, just like what we have in the last couple of years. So I'd say we're not kind of alone in that, really. It's quite difficult to kind of make a play. It seems as though we have a lot more interest in our self-build register than other places that I've seen. I'd say one of the other things as well is that other places have been doing to curb numbers is to start charging. So they have a fee. So whether you're on part 1, part 2 of the register, you're paying up to £100 in some places, maybe more, depending on the service. So they've kind of got around those things, which we are in the process of trying to kind of get through and kind of get access to, so we can reduce our numbers. In terms of legal advice, I can't provide any legal advice. So my role in this is literally to manage the register and the data kind of side of things. So I don't even get into the planning elements of this, purely administration purposes. And sorry, can you repeat your second question?
Councillor Williams.
I think my second question was more directed towards officers. Did I just hear correctly, though, that we're looking at charging people in order so that we don't get more people on the register?
No, so it's not in terms of charging on the register. There is a purpose around the charging, which is cost recovery for the amount of work that we would have to do to deliver this effectively. So the guidance originally, and from there's a Self and Custom Build Association, they recommend that councils be actively going out to farm owners, landowners, trying to source plots, using brownfield land, all of those kind of things, which they've had repeated cycles of funding for that councils can apply to. So it's all of that kind of activity that needs to take place to make this a success, which really I don't think has been kind of attributed. So this self-build kind of item used to sit with housing for the first 3 years. So while that was kind of going through, it kind of sat, I suppose, in maybe the wrong place. So we were kind of on the back foot. When I joined the council in December 2019, we kind of took over the register ownership, and that happened to be the first year that targets had to be delivered. So we found out it wasn't just a register that we needed to take, there was a lot more that needed to go into it. And I think that kind of put the planning service on the back foot, unfortunately. So we're not trying to reduce, as you kind of say, in a negative way. We're trying to adequately resource for the needs of this, which I think is something that we've not really taken into consideration. And I would also say to some of those points, I know someone mentioned before about the kind of amount of people on the register and how we could turn those into actual homeowners. The register is just a guide of what we should, of kind of I suppose the need for that housing. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to provide housing to the registered individuals, but we need to look at opportunity. Looking at the register, there are quite a few people that are wanting homes in the region of excessive amounts, and you would question maybe their date of birth would be a little bit young, potentially, to own houses to the level that they've had. So I would argue that some of the registrations are speculative, as opposed to being actual. Some councils have put in financial checks, but obviously those would be further costs to the council. And obviously we don't want to limit this to people, but we need to kind of look at that balance between providing the service and trying to meet the target at the same time. So
thank you very much for that helpful background, Matt. I don't know whether Phil or indeed our legal advisor wanted to comment further on that.
I was just going to comment on Councillor Heather Williams' comment around appeals, and we have set out in the report some summaries of appeals that we have had in this. So from paragraphs 820 through to 823, it does discuss various appeals decisions that have come through the authority. Some of those have been allowed and some of those have been dismissed, and that's set out in the report. So we have had a mixed result on appeal currently. But as we've said, we're not disputing that there is a demand. We're trying to refine that demand through the list, and we're obviously looking to do that, as Matt said, to make sure we're capturing what we need to, and obviously covering our costs in doing so. And obviously, as we said, with this proposal, we have given more weight to the position of where it's located and the context of the village and character and impact on the countryside, notwithstanding that we recognise there is a demand for self-built plots in South Cambridgeshire.
Right. I think, members, we've probably gone as far as we can with clarification of that and other points. So I propose to proceed to the... Sorry, Councillor Williams, yes.
Sorry, Chair, I had 3 questions, one of which was to our legal support.
Councillor, would you just repeat the question for me?
Given all the information, and we heard one of the things that we warned about the potential impact on the council was costs, could you just confirm that costs to the council is not something we should take into consideration in our decision making?
No, the cost to the council, unless was to issue a specific cost warning, and not something for consideration by this committee. This is a planning committee on planning merits only.
Okay.
Thank you. I feel it was beneficial to clarify that.
Thank you for that further clarification. Right, well, we have a number of public speakers who've been very patient this morning, for which we appreciate that. And of course, we start with, in this one, I think we have, yes, we start with Ian Gibbs, who's here in person and has an objection. Mr. Gibbs, I think you know the rules here, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here to represent the views of the neighbours adjacent to the site and highlight the widespread objection to this development in our village. This opposition is clear, 42 objections registered against the application on the planning portal, but further demonstrated by the large attendance at the parish council meeting with his unanimous vote against this proposal and recommendation that it was heard by this committee. There is real concern. Well, firstly, I'd agree with the planning officer's recommendations and thank her for the report. We have 4 concerns we wanted to raise. There's real concern in the village that this development, if approved, being on agricultural land outside the village boundary and contrary to the local plan, will set a precedent that any agricultural land on the outskirts of the village is a possible site for development. We won't want developers to see Meldreth as an easy target and change the character of our village. Most homes in Fenny Lane are single storey, as has been said, with large plots fronting onto the road with agricultural land to the rear. So the proposal of a cul-de-sac with high density housing behind existing homes would have a negative impact on the landscape. We have had significant problems in Meldreth with foul drainage. We had a failure of the pumping station, leading to sewage flooding in the recreation ground. New build properties in Whitecroft Road have had drains backing up and foul drainage problems elsewhere, as identified by residents in their objections. Yet the proposal suggests there are no issues with foul drainage and no inquiries have been made as to the ability of the system to cope with the additional waste. Finally, we're concerned about flood risk. 14 Fenny Lane is in flood zone 3, borders the stream, which borders the development. The LLFA objected to the application initially due to surface water drainage, concerns over split ownership and maintenance of the stream. The revised proposal overcame a number but not all of these points, and the objection was removed. We've employed a specialist flood risk consultant to assess the proposals and have raised objections on 2 specific points. The new proposal assumes sustainable urban drainage system can adequately store the surface water before discharging it in a controlled manner into the stream. No investigations have been undertaken to assess the permeability of the ground as required. There's no viable alternative to this proposal, so we maintain it's a key matter that this should have been established before this application be approved. Finally, the LFA stipulates that vehicular access must be given to maintain the stream. This has been improved in the new proposal, but there's an area to the rear of my neighbour's property which cannot be accessed. There's a culvert or a pipe and this has not been identified by the LLFA or the applicant, and that is where most blockages occur. I am a flood risk specialist, and that is where most of our flooding occurs, in badly maintained streams. So we would maintain that it should be refused on these grounds. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have any questions of clarification? Perhaps a brief one myself. In relation to your last comment, you highlighted one particular culvert, I think, where is that something that is capable of being mitigated by action by the proposers, or is that something which you regard as a long-term problem? Bearing in mind that the lead local flood authority has not currently any objection to this.
I would say that is where most blockages occur. So given you can't access it, then the neighbour is upstream. So the problem is, if that blocks and you can't get to it, and he's in flood zone 3, he's going to get flooded. So it's a risk to me that has to be dealt with. I'm not saying how that could or should be done, but at this point it isn't being mitigated.
Thank you. Right, I see no other questions. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your presentation. Shall we then move on? Our next speaker, I think, is David Fletcher of Stratton Parker, representing the applicants. And I think the applicant is on hand to help answer questions, which will be appreciated. Mr. Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first reason for refusal states that the development will result in encroachment into the open countryside and consists of an unsustainable form of development. The application site runs immediately adjacent to the development framework boundary, and we strongly disagree with the statement with the officer's report which advises members that the site is in an unsustainable location. Meldriff offers a range of services, as outlined in your officer's report, to meet many of the day-to-day needs of residents, and the site is within walking distance of these facilities. Meldriff is also served by a train station which is approximately 15 to 20 minute walk to the site, with very good access into Cambridge and London. For these reasons, the site is considered to be highly sustainable and appropriate for this quantum of development. The reason for refusal, as you've debated, goes on to state that the fact that the proposal was for self-building dwellings would not be of sufficient benefit to outweigh the conflict with the development plan. The planning inspectorate has disagreed with this statement and overturned a number of delegated refusals for self-build applications which have been issued to the council. As outlined on page 203 of the committee report and as discussed earlier, there's been a total shortfall of 261 self-built plots across the district over the last 2 years alone. This is despite South Cambs being one of 11 right-to-build vanguard authorities. The most recent appeal decision at Land St Peter Street, Caxton, where the inspector allowed self-built plots, gave substantial weight to this shortfall. This has been also outlined on a number of other national recent appeal decisions. The council must be consistent with the planning inspectorate and give significant weight to the need for self-built plots in the district. There has also been examples of delegated approvals in other settlements which arguably are in less sustainable locations to this. The officer's report makes reference to relying on strategic sites. However, the proposed development in hand today will be a small windfield site and will contribute to the registered demand much quicker than these sites would. It would also meet the needs of those who want a self-build plot that is not situated within a large housing estate. The second reason for refusal relates to the harmful impact it would have on the character of the countryside. Again, we disagree with this. The proposed development site is not considered to adversely affect the landscape setting of the village. As demonstrated on the site plan, it is well contained and the development to the north would not be visible from the public realm and would not affect the landscape or from long distance views. As stated on page 213 of your officer's committee report, the site layout demonstrates that the site is of a size that can clearly accommodate 9 dwellings. Given that there are no technical objections from council consultees, we would urge members to grant planning permission for this proposal today, and I've got the applicant, Philippa Hart, is with me to also answer any questions members may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Members, any questions of clarification either for Mr. Fletcher or for Philippa Hart? No, I don't see any questions from members of the committee, so thank you very much indeed. That's very clear. Members, we said we'd break at 1:30, which I think gives us just time to hear from our next speaker, Mr. Councillor Richard Godin of Meldreth Parish Council. Thank you for your patience, and we would welcome your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Richard Godin from Meldreth Parish Council, and I'm going to depart from my prepared script just for half a minute to say that our main concern in the village is this the right place for this sort of scheme? Not a proposal that's driven by lists and whether the district council or other people have met those lists. Our village has a very strongly felt concern about this scheme and the features it has and the effect it will have on our community. And the main issue is that the site is located, as we know, on a farm outside the village development framework. It's on agricultural land. It doesn't conform to policy S7 and various other planning policies in respect of the uses that are set out in those policies. Meldreth residents in our council strongly believe that not only is this proposed use out of order, but if approved, it could establish a precedent for further similar schemes in other parts of the village. There's very considerable opposition to this scheme in the village, and this hasn't just come from neighbours who obviously will be very directly affected by it. It's come across the village, and we are a very long, linear sort of village. So when I hear complaints coming from people that live half a mile from the scheme, I'm persuaded that this is a genuinely felt, widely felt concern. We had a huge attendance at our planning meeting, and of course you've seen many submissions from our community about this, and therefore urge that the fullest attention should be given to the points raised by our community. The next issue raised with me and my colleagues is one of disturbance to the local community. A self-build proposal of 9 individual properties seems very likely to lead to protracted building activity over a period of time and the associated extended disruptions of noise, of construction traffic and of other nuisances in the village to those in this vicinity and beyond. If built, these houses will also give rise to increased daily traffic volumes in part of our village that is already challenged by traffic and road safety issues. Location is also an important issue. This is a low-density village, as has been pointed out in the officer's report, and the proposed scheme would severely be out of context with that surrounding area. So creating a precedent for such schemes in our village which do not conform to accepted planning policies is a matter of considerable concern, and there are also concerns which have been made in a previous presentation here about the environmental issues of foul water and drainage questions. So we therefore strongly urge that this planning committee should refuse outline planning consent for this proposal on the grounds of planning policy, nuisance and location. Now I am aware, and it's been pointed out, that there have been schemes that have gone to inspection. Some of them have been approved and some of them have not. But I don't think that the decision of this body should be driven by what an inspector may or may not determine. I think it should be driven by what sort of scheme is it? Is it in the right place? Does it fulfil the right objectives? Is it a proper use of this agricultural land? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do any members have any questions of clarification on what was said there for Councillor Godin? I see none. That was a very clear presentation. Thank you very much indeed. Members, I suggest that at this point we do as planned adjourn for lunch, and we'll come back to the debate on this after lunch. I am going to ask the case officer at that point just to show us again, because I think it would help us, the location plan or the site plan, just to clarify some of these points in our mind before we proceed to the debate. But with that, let's take a break for lunch. And what do you reckon, 45 minutes? I think that's what we said. Is that what I said at the beginning? I can't remember. Yeah, I did. Right. Okay, so we'll be back here again at 2:15. Right, welcome back. This meeting of South Cambridge District Council Planning Committee. We're in the midst of considering agenda item 7 in relation to Fenny Lane Farm in Meldreth, and we've now heard from all of our public speakers, which many thanks. So we'll start this item, which we hadn't started before Councillor Redrick came in. So, we're now happy to proceed. So back to agenda item 7. Before we get into the debate, I had suggested to officers it might be helpful for us all to have another look at the site plan to consider some of the issues that were raised earlier on in the officers' presentation and subsequent presentations. Is that easily done? So we haven't quite started consideration of item 7 because the case officer is just pulling up some plans, and we will now start item 7 of our agenda. Councillor Hanley.
I'd just like a refresher of where the village boundary lies, if you wouldn't mind.
So the red, it's the black one with the village, boundary line, and the red is the sites there.
That's very helpful. And there are a number of other houses potentially impacted by this, some of which are presumably amongst the 42 objectors. I would ask you to identify which houses are objecting, but clearly it does have potential impact on neighbouring houses. That was helpful. Does anyone have any particular questions before we move on to the debate? Right, let's move on to the debate then. We've heard the presentations, we've heard from the objectors too. Anyone want to start us off here? Councillor Handley.
I think we can assume that we won't be taking any we won't be taking into account all of the things we spoke about this morning with regard to numbers of self-build properties, because I think we've got to take this, haven't we, as on its own merits, really. Would you agree?
If you're asking my view as chair, I'll be happy to give my views in a minute. That wouldn't necessarily reflect my
maybe
views,
that's one for the case officer. I mean, we really, we've just got to look at it on its own merits, haven't we?
Can I take that as a contribution to the debate rather than a question to any particular individuals? Or did you want to ask the case officers that?
That's my opening remarks, really. The fact is that we've just got to look at this as, a site that falls outside of the village boundary and start from there.
So the point you're making is that, as per the case officer's original presentation, this is not one of the factors in the planning balance. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
The fact that we're short as a district, that's what I mean. That's not something that we, at this point, need to take into account.
Okay,
that's my view.
Councillor Martin Khan.
I wanted to repeat that. Agree on this point. The site would not normally be considered suitable for development. It's outside the village framework. It's different in character from the adjoining houses. The adjoining is basically proposing a little estate development, small estate development, and it's individual houses adjoining. I looked at the street view of the street, and it's very rural appearance. It really is not an urban street, the Fenny Lane. So the argument that it is taking development out into the countryside is actually quite a strong one in terms of the context of what's around it. The fact that housing was converted from barns adjoining was done under the planning permitted development legislation, so it's not which would not normally have been permitted if it was just free development in the countryside. It's only because it was permitted agreed under permitted development that went ahead. So that's not the context in terms of which we should take into account. So the only context that might argue against it is the shortage of self-build. we have not been shown that there was a particular shortage of self-built in Meldreth. We've shown that only over the whole district. And therefore, I don't see that there's a pressing need in this particular location that has been put forward, though there may be a shortage over the whole district. And it doesn't really justify us going outside our normal grounds. It's not like an exception site. An exception site, there is a provision that might be done outside the normal village boundaries, but this is not an exception site. It's a self-built site. It's a different criteria, and therefore I don't see the justification in favour of it. And I'm going to go along with the officer's recommendation. I think it's a sound assessment.
Well, we've got the plan up there. Can I just check what I said earlier on? The buildings to the west side of that red line, are those farm buildings or residential?
So it's a mix of dwellings and also, so you've got a combination of newly converted dwellings from agricultural, and then there's agricultural buildings further back within the site.
Thank you. I mean, this is the issue we're coming to, is to what extent we can take the shortage of self-built provision into account. I noticed that this morning Mr. Matt Hull referred to when we agreed to become a vanguard authority for self-build, and it's referred at paragraph 814 on page 203 to this giving us a statutory duty under section 2A of the Self-Build and Custom House Building Act. The question then arose, should we be going out proactively to farmers, etc., to find suitable sites? I don't know whether we are, and if we were to do so, might this be a site which would be considered? It's one of the factors which I admit I don't agree with Councillor Handley, and I think Councillor Khan, that this is not something that should be weighed in the balance, if that is what you were both saying. I think this is a factor to be weighed in the balance, that we are not just waiting for department to give us further guidance on this. We have chosen to become a vanguard authority. I can't quite remember how that decision was taken, what status that has, if any, in the local plan.
Through you, Chair. No, my understanding of the Vanguard Authority definition of that was that at the time, or around the time the Act came into place, there were authorities that said they would take this forward and set out how they would intend to deliver self-build and custom-built plots. And as a result of that, there was grant funding made available to authorities to help kickstart that process. And so on that basis, I think the council was awarded some grant funding to do that. I think they agreed to deliver 100 self-build, custom-build plots. And it was on that basis that obviously the council was then identified as a vanguard authority. So it doesn't carry any weight in terms of a local plan policy position, but that is how that came about, is my understanding.
So it was a commitment that this council entered into in 2015, but which doesn't have any weight in planning matter. Right. So I think Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And I just think we ought to distinguish as well between the council and the planning authority when we make these discussions. So, for example, the Vanguard, so was 2015, South Cambs District Council, and they received £50,000 to bring forward at least 100 plots. So that, I believe, is an arrangement with the council as opposed to the planning authority. And I just think for the purpose of debate, we should be really clear about where we're looking on this. From the planning authority side of things, obviously it's a bit like if you don't have the land supply, you do have to take into consideration if you're, where you're at that time. So I think it's wrong to say we don't consider it. And then we need to look at the site itself and whether that would help resolve that issues or whether it contributes to that issue. So I think given the scale of how far behind we are, the 9 dwellings wouldn't be a significant amount to warrant the balance tilting the other way, for example. And so, but I do think it's important we recognise it as a consideration for us today. I do find it quite conflicting because if you look at, you've got the line, when you look at the black shadowed line, obviously it's slightly behind, but you have then got the buildings on the other side. I think there are merits to it, but equally there is substantial public dissatisfaction we can see from the amount of objections, and I'm trying to sort of see if it was an exception site, that potentially would have a different outcome, I think, to what officers are recommending. And as well, even with exception sites, we always look for the parish councils to be on board with it and okay with it rather than us enforcing on it. So I do think it would help meet a need, but not sufficient a need to tilt the balance the other way. And the officers have recommended refusal. So given it's outside the village framework, I feel that I need to be consistent with how I've previously voted on that. And I think consistency is something that we all have to be mindful of as a planning authority. And, you know, if it goes through appeal and then the inspector then would make a decision probably better balanced than we on the whole self-build issue. That's where I'm minded at the moment, but happy to listen to others.
I have Councillor Peter Stanford first, but I think Councillor Dr. Martin Khan wants to come back on this point about the comparison between this and an exception site. Is that right?
I would, yes, not particularly. I just wanted to say that I was taking the demand for self-built housing as a material consideration. It wasn't that I was ignoring. I just felt that you also that compared with the other arguments, it wasn't strong enough to put it in favour. Another point which I wanted to make was that you were losing allotments, private allotments, but there are allotments, and allotments are something which we generally try and protect. And so that's it's not really been brought up, but I think it is a factor to take into account.
Thank you. Is it you first or Councillor Sanford? Councillor Sanford, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at paragraph 820 of the application, which makes reference to a site in Caxton where 9 self-built dwellings were built on appeal after it was agreed by the inspector. I'm well familiar with that site. I'm also familiar with the parish council's opinion. When I first attended parish council in Caxton last summer, they made it clear in no uncertain terms they felt they'd been let down by the planning system and the views of the local residents had been ignored. With that as a precedent, I have to look at the 4.5 pages objections from the residents and the eloquent presentations by Mr. Gibbs and Councillor Godden. I can't think, as we have a duty to our residents, we can not do anything other than go with the recommendations of the officers, regardless of whether it goes to appeal down the road.
Thank you. Any other views on that? Did you want to come on, Mr. Jeffrey?
Sorry, just to be clear, I feel very. Other members have said things that I really do agree with, and I'm a similar mind that I'm willing to go with your recommendation.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, just really, I'm hoping the officers might help me with that, but on the sort of materiality of the self-build numbers and the table, and the possible need that's there. I mean, presumably, if this were fully compliant with the local plan, then, you know, it wouldn't be coming forward as a self-build because, you know, it could be offered up as either a standard development or for self-build. So does that therefore mean that whenever these self-build applications come, they're kind of almost always going to be non-compliant with the local plan? Or are there examples where, you know, for some, I can't imagine why you would want to maybe because it's too small a plot for a developer to be interested. I suppose that could be one example, couldn't it? But I'm just wondering what are the examples of self-build that are fully compliant, how that comes about.
Are you able to help us? Do we have cases of self-build which have been fully compliant with the local plan?
Through you, Chair, obviously, I'm thinking of examples, and I think it may be possibly one that the applicants brought to our attention, which is in Cottenham. And Cottenham's had a neighbourhood plan approved since the local plan was adopted. So the neighbourhood plan carries full weight, and it has got an extended framework boundary around Cottenham. And there is a site within that extended framework boundary that has been put forward for a self-build scheme. And we have accepted the principle of that because it is an extended framework, even though it's outside the current local plan boundary framework.
So
the neighbourhood plan framework has extended that area.
But that's on a rural exception site, is it? Or
no,
it's not.
No, it's on a scheme for proposed self-build plots.
Right. Okay.
So that's one example I can immediately think of.
I mean, the question that a number of councillors have raised, I think we're coming to a common view here. But the question, there are two cases before us, 820 and 821, where 9 self-built dwellings were allowed on appeal, where the provision of self-built plots was given significant material weight in the planning balance by the inspector. Can we assume that this case is rather different from those two? They're both in the district.
Well, it's a different site, and there's obviously each site, as the planning saying goes, is treated on its merits. So I don't want to fall into the trap here of comparing sites too closely, but in terms of the principle of those, they were, well, that was outside the framework. So in that regard, it's got some similarities with this proposal. But as I said, the inspector has come to the view in that judgment that he gave material weight to the shortfall in self-build plots, and he said that outweighed the conflict with the local plan. Now, as I've said at the start of this proposal, that is not the position we've taken on this scheme. We've given the self-build shortfall that has been identified in the last 2 base periods material weight and consider that in the balance with what the local plan policy say about development outside the framework in the countryside. And we're saying that balance now falls in favour of what the local plan policies say.
Yes.
And that's not to say that in other schemes that we wouldn't come to a different view, but in this instance, we haven't arrived at that view.
And indeed, the case officer's report is quite clear at 824. Whilst the need for self-build dwellings in the district is not in dispute, it is considered there are material differences between the appeal schemes and the application site. So, anyone else want to contribute a view on this before we come to a conclusion? Councillor Richard Williams, did you have anything to say on this?
I'm not able to vote on this one, Chair.
So well, you can still have a view.
I will wait to see what other members think. It's probably better I'll say nothing.
We have waited. Right. No views there. Any others want to contribute a view? Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm leaning towards agreeing with the officers. I guess one point that perhaps hasn't been raised that would perhaps be more in favour of it is that it does seem a more sustainable site than some villages just because it has more facilities and a train station, but I'm still not sure if that's enough to outweigh the impacts. So that's where I am at the moment. Thank you.
Is anyone coming to a contrary view? Because that's what I've heard from all members, is leaning towards accepting the officer's recommendation. Because of the appeals that I referred to, I'm going to, rather than taking this by affirmation, I'm going to suggest that we do take a recorded vote on this. If you are, set that up, thank you. If you're in favour of the officer's recommendation to refuse, then you press green. If you want to come to a contrary view and approve this, then you press red. Have all those who are able to vote done so? We've lost Councillor Henry Batchelor, sounds careless, but so we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, we've all voted, haven't we? Yeah. So that is approved with 2 abstentions. That is, sorry, I must get this right. The officer's recommendation is agreed to refuse this with 2 abstentions. I'm very sorry if I gave anyone a shock there, but we've now established what I really meant. Okay, with that, let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is 77 Church Lane, Girton. Item 8, number 22/04826, full application, demolition of a detached garage and construction of single-story side extension, rear extension and loft extension. Page 217 of your agenda. And this is before us because the applicant works for South Cambs District Council. Now, the officer's recommendation is to approve. I know the applicant was prepared to speak to us on this one, and I think I've lost my list. Ah, yes, we have our applicant online. Hello, and we have Charlotte Spencer online. So who's wanting to speak on this?
Yeah, I've just got
Charlotte, yes, please, go ahead.
brief presentation.
That's very helpful.
Just confirm you can see my presentation and hear me, okay?
We can.
Yeah, can you hear me
ahead.
okay? Yeah. Okay. As was just mentioned by Chair then, it's an application for the demolition of a detached garage, construction of a single-storey side extension and rear extension, as well as a loft extension with a rear-facing dormer. It's been brought to committee as the applicant is a member of staff. Just as a brief update, the description was amended to include the side extension. A reconsultation ended on the 1st of February, and no comments have since been received on that reconsultation. In terms of the location, the application relates to a semi-detached bungalow located to the east of Church Lane. There are no relevant constraints on the site. This just demonstrates the existing and proposed block plan. They are proposing to just rearrange the parking area at the front slightly. So these are the proposed floor plans. So the extension to the side would project by 1.55 metres, and it would project to the rear by 11.4 metres maximum. This part here, which will have a width of 5.1, with a smaller 1.9 metre deep extension adjacent to the shared boundary here. The first floor would be converted to habitable use with a dormer at the rear. This just shows the proposed elevations. The extension would be characterised by a hipped roof with a maximum height of 4.3 metres. So these are just some photographs submitted by the applicant, and it's demonstrating mostly the extensions that have happened to the neighbouring property, the attached neighbouring property. This is just showing the extension to the side of the neighbour, the dormer window inside the neighbour, again the dormer outside, and this is the viewpoint of the rear extension. So this side here is the application property. So the material considerations in this case are the design layout and scale and residential amenity. Officers recommend approval subject to conditions as laid out within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions? No. Let's move on. I think Mr. Amar Al-Assad wanted to speak as applicant on this as well. Are you there?
Good afternoon, members. Can
Good
you hear me?
afternoon, welcome. The
Yeah.
floor is yours.
Hi,
You
good
have 3
afternoon,
minutes.
members.
So.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, I mean, my name is Amal Azad. I'm one of the Council Urban Design Officer and the applicant for this application. I mean, as Charles mentioned, the proposal is to enlarge our recently purchased house to offer our family more usable space for living. The house will be extended to accommodate 3 bedrooms and 1 multifunctional room, which can function as an office when needed. The proposal would make much more functional kitchen while providing place for family to be together while carrying out jobs in the kitchen, dining, or just being together. I mean, before submitting my application, I discussed the proposal with the 2 neighbours at the 75 and 79 Church Lane, the 2 would be mostly affected by the extension. And initially, we had 2 different proposals, and the 2 of them were agreed on one of these options, which they require some amendments. We could manage to make all the amendments they've requested, and we provided them with a final copy of the latest version of the proposal, and they've discussed with their family, and they get back to us that they are happy with the proposal. I mean, that's, I think Charlotte has covered all the points about the proposal, but I'm happy to take any questions should you have about the proposal.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Mr. Al-Assad? No. That was very clear. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So let's come to the debate. This application is before us because it is submitted by an officer of the council. We don't have objections from 75 or 79. In fact, I don't think we have any objections, do we? No, we have no objections to this one. Anyone want to start off the debate on this? Councillor Hanley.
This seems a very straightforward proposal. I can't see any reason to go against the officer's recommendations.
Anyone take a different view? Well, I think then, and again, because this is an officer of the council, I'm again going to take I think we can move to a vote, but I'm going to do it electronically. So if you agree to the officer's recommendation to approve, press green. If you take a different view and want to refuse this, press red. And we have 8 in the room and voting. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, 9, Chair. Should be everybody now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So this application is approved. Thank you. So the next item is appeals against planning decisions and enforcement, and you have this before you on page 223 to 240. I don't know whether we actually have anyone able to take questions or comments on this, or will you do so yourself? Yeah, so Phil is happy to take any questions or comments. Do we have any questions or comments? It seems fairly straightforward. One question perhaps I could ask is Appendix 1, page 226. We have in the decision column, that is the 3rd column from the right, split in relation to Duck End. Can you just put a bit more colour on that?
Certainly, Chair. It was an item that was brought to the committee at the back end of last year. It was a householder application for works that had already been carried out to the property, and the development, just to refresh members' memories, was demolition of the existing garage and store, erection of single-storey side and rear extension and rear dormer, and 3 front dormers. And the inspector, in determining this appeal, has issued a split decision, which means he's partly approved and partly dismissed the proposal. So just to clarify what those elements were, so the elements that were dismissed related to the southern side extension and front and rear dormers that have been constructed, but the appeal was allowed in terms of the single-storey north end side extension, rear extensions and porch extension. So that was the context of that decision. And essentially, in issuing that decision, the inspector felt that the rear dormer in particular was overscaled, excessive in bulk in terms of its relationship with the existing dwelling and the extension that had also been built to the side of the property, of which the rear dormer extended across as well. But because of that linked arrangement with the southern side extension and work to the roof, he couldn't allow the side elements and the front dormers because they were all interlinked as part of that same development. So he's had to dismiss those parts in their entirety, although the main concern was in relation to the rear dormer.
Thank you, that explains that. Any other questions or comments on the various appendices before us? Councillor Handley.
I think I know the answer to this one, but where we've got appeals pending for many months in some cases, I'm thinking about one which was an appeal against an enforcement notice. Do we have any indication as to when the planning inspector might respond? Because it seems to take an inordinate amount of time.
Through you, Chair. No, in short, we don't. They're obviously in a list with the inspectors that are assigned, and they get them obviously as quickly as they can. But I do accept that it seems that enforcement appeals are taking a significant amount of time to actually get determined, and I can only assume that there's a backlog or there's a lack of qualified inspectors that are able to determine them.
Thank you for that. Just to note two other things. Firstly, that we have one on page 232, appeal against non-determination within 8 weeks. And of course, on page 229, I'm sure other members will have noticed that appeal against the former Hotel Phoenix redevelopment is taking place in this building today. So, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. And our next meeting is on Wednesday the 8th of March. And with that, I draw this meeting